Hi. Back again. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna not start talking until some people are in the room. But I have a ton of shit to say today. Today was such an interesting day. Hi. Had a weird day today. An interesting day. Whoops. Hi, y'all. Who do we have? There's Andrew. Andrew, I keep meaning to call you. I haven't called you yet. Hi. So glad to see you all. I have got some stuff to say this time. So I wasn't sure whether, I've known that there was like a live stream coming on for a while, and I already feel like, this is either going to be one really long one that I should have started it today in the morning, but I couldn't because I was on with people all day. It was such a weird day, and I don't know if any of you have noticed how much harder it is to plan now than it used to be. Like almost every session I schedule winds up with some sort of last minute adjustment, so it's almost never starts on time, and today was no exception. But it's never really a problem, but it is kind of interesting. Come here and back here for a second. Come here. I'm gonna hold on to the snake for the first 5 minutes, because the first 5 minutes is where they take the thumbnail from. So I want to make sure that in the thumbnail photograph that goes along with this video, I want to make sure that there's an animal in it, so it's not just me. In this case, we have Kenji, who shed the last time he was on. So, my God, we are in interesting times, you guys, really interesting. I don't know if, of course you've noticed it. I'm sure that if you're listening to this, you must have noticed it too. Just recently, you know how like there are all of these waves, and every time we hit another wave, there's an energy report, and we all get these energy reports. And it's like, oh, prepare, fasten your seatbelt. There's this big energy wave, and there always is, and it's always the president to the next one that's even bigger, and it's just ramping up and ramping up and ramping up. And there is a strategy, there's a mechanism by which this is happening. But just recently, the last couple of days, I don't know how it was for you, but everybody I've talked to, and me too, you know, those, right, there are like these, it's like whiplash in all directions. You know that have you ever been to like one of those cheap carnivals where they have a ride that, like, you're in a cart and it spins around, but it also goes in like this, it's not a tilt-a-whirl, but it's like one of those things that takes you in a star pattern, but it also spins you around, and then you go over here, and then it spins you around, and you go over here, and it spins you around. It's like that. Like you plan for one direction, you see where you're headed, and then it's like, whoa, different timeline, and you're kind of shot backwards. There's a reason this is happening. Oh, and it's so interesting. Like right now, there's so much happening on so many different levels that it becomes really difficult to even just organize the information. And I know I say this like every time, and I don't know why it should continually come as a shock to me. Because getting out of these old patterns is just sometimes kind of difficult. Like, you think you should be able to plan. And it's interesting also that in the lower dimensions, like we're not even attached to the third dimension anymore, but there's a huge number of people in the population that are still having that experience. They're still experiencing that world. They don't know what the fuck's wrong with it. It's like it's all breaking down. Like the government's shutting down and they're like, what the hell's wrong with the world? Why isn't it normal the way it used to be? And the reason it's not is because the third dimension is no longer anchored. Everything had to come up. If the third dimension was kind of like the strata that you could, it's like the equivalent of asphalt. It all had to be jackhammered so that we can plant a garden, and all the rubble has to be cleared away. Everything has to be made pristine so that we can plant a garden that actually feeds the world and functions well in a harmonic, et cetera, et cetera. And it's not the only dimension. There are lots of dimensions. And there are different things that happen on each one. I'm trying to organize the table because once again, I brought my snake, but I forgot to prepare a spot for him. Let that be a lesson for me. I'm going to move my salt out of the way. I brought all the things that I needed, but I forgot to prepare a clear space. But I did put my open purse on the table because he likes to go in there. But I like to have his presence online. Anyway, so there's a lot going on. And on each strata, there are various organizing movements. There's like an organizing principle on each one of these different levels. And each one of the levels has a number of different levels. And there's just shit moving. It's like the bottom of the stream bed has all been churned up and the water, you know, with like part of it's rapids and part of it's smooth and it's just all different. So when you're somebody who can, like I dial up and down, I've got a task where one of the things I do is to work with group migrations, my job, my overarching job that contains a whole bunch of other little jobs. But the overriding job that I have is to harmonize all of these levels and get all of the groups up to where they need to go. So everyone's kind of moving into their highest level of service, unless you're somebody who hasn't started yet, in which case your job is to wake up. So there's just a tremendous amount of movement. And per usual, I did make a long list of things that I intend to talk about, but then, as with everything else, I get on here and just the list goes out the window. I'm never sure what's going to happen. Although my information has become more presentable, slightly more linear. One thing I do know that's going on in this particular transmission is we're once again checking the connections, because the connections in all the different levels, there are different groups that need to be brought up together, but there's a particular, there are certain groups that need to be connected before other groups can come in. And that has to do with, the reason for that has to do with the amount of voltage that you can, like, for example, the amount of energy that you can send through an artery is substantially larger than that which you can send through a capillary. So depending on how much of the, one of the identifying factors, that's the wrong way to say it, hang on, one of, it's not like an artery is better than a capillary, but it has to do with the amount that you have cleared. Because when you've cleared all of your ancestral density, all of your patterns, all of your whatever crap you're carrying, all of your adherence to the third dimension, if you have done your personal work and you've made yourself into a clear vessel, you're capable of flowing a lot of light. So there's this like a safety mechanism almost in place that that prevents, oh, how do I want to say this? There's a reason why people, boy, how do I say that? Damn it. It's a little bit of a tangle of information. There's a reason certain people connect. You like high vibrational very strong light warriors tend to gravitate toward another because we're doing a similar job. People who have yet to start their clearing process or they're in the beginning stages of awakening, they tend to group together too. That doesn't mean that groups don't mix, because we all know that if you're someone who does this kind of work and you've been doing your clearing and you know how much you can be a catalyst for a group of people who are in a lower vibration. And sometimes your job as a high level light warrior who's carrying a lot of this energy is all you have to do is like walk into some environment where the energy is not very aware, and you're instantly going to catalyze everyone ahead to you, and you know, they revile you. They know that you shake something up when you walk in the room, and usually they don't recognize, they're not that aware, usually they don't recognize that it's their own mirror and that all you did was trigger them, and they're suddenly faced with all these uncomfortable emotions, and they almost always blame you for it. That's charming. So there's going to be a point in the future, it's not just yet, but there's going to be a point where enough of the darkness has been lifted that the world's just going to be so much happier, because everyone just like cross catalyzes everyone else. So we're kind of in the middle of that stage now, where there are many people or groups of people who have done their clearing process, and we know the effect that we have on groups of people who don't get us, call us crazy. Almost immediately people point at us or have some sort of reaction that has nothing to do with us and everything to do with our own level of awakening. We know that happens. So and it can be kind of a tough space to walk in when you're walking by yourself. And so that's why it's really important to connect with others that are like you on Facebook. So many of us don't know any other people like us in person. So Facebook communities are important. Vibrational, most of the time, most of my closer people at this point are all on Facebook. I don't know what the fuck I would do without you, because I don't know anybody. And the people that I do know, somebody actually knocked on my door. This wasn't what I was going to say, but somebody actually knocked on my door today. Stranger. Wasn't a stranger, but he thought he was a stranger. He didn't know I lived there. He knocked on my door today, and I opened the door, and it's actually somebody who, one of my ex-husband's extended relatives, who I left the family and so did he, but I know who he was. I recognized him. And apparently he's living right down the street. And hi there. I'm doing a live stream now. Thanks, honey. Can you put,
it's melted.
Thank you, boo-boo. Can you put that in the freezer? Anyway, he came in today, and one of the things he said, he said, yeah, everyone thought you were crazy. He said, you had like an anaconda in the living room. And I never did actually have, I did have snakes. I said, well, I had snakes. I've never had an anaconda. But he said, yeah, everyone just said you were crazy. And we all knew you were crazy. And it was kind of funny, because in the same conversation, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but I thought it was very funny because he gravitated to my door. And he said he didn't recognize me, but I knew his name. And then I told him I was a psychic. Even though, because that's like, I'm not actually a standard psychic at all. But that's like, it's like something you can, when somebody asks you, like, how do you know this, or whatever, I usually just say I'm a psychic because they've heard of it and they know what that is, as opposed to saying I'm an ascension coach and I'm here to help lift the right vibration of the planet. I will totally say that to people who can hear it, or that they can hear it or not. Sometimes I just say it anyway. But it was funny because he showed up at my door and I said, so where are you living now? After I introduced him. I introduced myself to him again. I reminded him who I was and how I knew his name. And then he remembered me and he was like, oh my God, I can't believe you live here. And he only he only knocked on my door to find out if the woman he loved lived here. And I said, I live here. He said, do you know a woman with short curly hair? And I didn't know what to say. I said, probably. But he described her. He said, I don't know why I'm talking about this. This is not at all what I was going to talk about. But it was funny because I know that everybody that I come in contact with, they meet me for a reason. It always happens that way. Nothing is random. So the fact that this guy knocks on my door and I happen to know him, and he was also somewhat drunk, or smelled that way. He always was acted a little weird, but I could smell him. But I invited him in and I offered him a cup of coffee. He didn't want that, but he did lie down on my couch. And when I was talking to him, I said, so where do you live and why are you here? And he said, well, I was looking for this woman. I was following her and she disappeared. And he said, so I knocked on your door because I thought that maybe she went into that door. And it suddenly occurred to me that maybe I knew who he was talking to and she's local. And I said, does she have a daughter this high? And like, what? But it turns out that there is actually a woman who lives down the block whose dog I know. I do know that she keeps telling me every time she picks up her dog, she tells me what her name is and I forget it immediately. But I know her dog's name is Milo and he's a regular visitor. He actually jumps the fence like on a weekly basis and he comes down the block and he knocks on my door because he likes our house. And he comes in and instead of walking him back, I can't believe I'm telling you guys this story. This is not what I meant to say. But when it first started to happen, I used to walk him home and then I would have to knock on the door and wait to see if somebody came. But usually he escapes when nobody's there, so I had to carry him home. Anyway, it happened all the time. So finally, I just said, look, every time you lose your dog, if you're trying to find him, instead of wandering around the neighborhood yelling all the time, just come by my house. And if every time he's in my house, I'm going to put a sign on the door that says Milo is here again. And then you'll know where he is. So I thought maybe I knew who this woman was. And I said, well, if it's the woman that you're looking for, I think she lives there. And he said, will you take me and show me where she lives? So I was like, all right. So I walked with him down the street and I stood there. I was talking to him a little bit while he knocked on the door. And I said, so how do you know her? And he said, oh, I don't know her. I was following her. And I said, really? He said, yes, I'm in love with her. And I thought, well, that's interesting. So I'm a big believer that you don't make love wrong. I also don't want to encourage stalkers. That's a little strange, but I'm aware that the energetic platform of this time also, it was also kind of another thing to make note of. I said, where are you living? I said, so where are you living these days? And he pointed down the street from me and he said, at the Red Crack House. That struck me funny because it's funny enough if somebody says he's living at the crack house, but he actually said he's living at the Red Crack House because there are more than one crack house locally. And anyway, I thought that was pretty funny. So, I wound up walking him back because she didn't answer the door. Surprise, surprise. And then when he was back at my house, I gave him my card. And I said, because I know that, like, nothing is random. And even when you're face to face with a crazy person, he didn't look good. He didn't look good. He's an alcoholic. He's living in a crack house, like he doesn't look good. But I am aware of we live in these times. Everything is shifting. levels of consciousness. You know, if there are demonic forces, sometimes you're called on to do work with the population. You know, like if you want to go into, nobody wants to go into, you know, Calcutta or a slum or some other place, but that's where the work needs to get done. Sometimes you need to plant your light warriors where they're in the middle of the population, where it's not going to be pleasant, and you're not only going to be surrounded by other light workers, because it's, you know, it reminds me a little bit of such a me conversation. I actually have a whole list of things to talk about, but this reminds me a little bit of something I discussed online like a couple of years ago, where somebody had posted on Facebook a picture of it was like a gem show or something where there were it was a rose quartz mine or something, and there was this huge array of rose quartz. And the person who had posted it in the opinion that this was the rape of the mother, and we shouldn't be taking this, you know, the mother's rose quartz, and it's the rape of the earth. And I can totally see that argument. I can understand where that comes from. On the other hand, I remember posting kind of a long argument for the other side, because rose quartz carries a specific frequency, a specific energy. There's a reason it's a go-to mineral, and we need it. And we're the body of God too. We are part and parcel. So if, for example, like black tourmaline or rose quartz or wherever they mine it from, probably already has enough of that vibration. There doesn't have to be I mean, there are these massive deposits, and I'm not saying that we should take advantage of Mother Earth to the point, nobody's talking about strip mining, but there is a reason. We are part of the circulatory system. And the place where something like black tourmaline or rose quartz or any one of these minerals, the people who really need it are not in Brazil where it grows. Or, so, you know, nobody's doing gem mining in like New York City or one of these places where you really need some black tourmaline. So how are we going to get the black tourmaline and the rose quartz on the people who are the light warriors who are doing this work, who need that support? We support Mother Earth. We're doing this work. We're doing this work. We're doing this work. We're doing the clearing. We need a support system too. And it is okay to accept, it's appropriate to accept the needed support for the jobs that we're doing. It's okay for us to have the tools that we need to do the job on Earth. And it's not rape if it's appreciation, if it's consensual. So this goes to Mother Earth too. We are giving as a population, as a light army, by and large, we are giving way more than we're getting so far. It's appropriate to take our needed tools. It's appropriate for us to have these things. So even though I understood where this person was coming from, because I don't think that, you know, we should reduce our, you know, any dependence we have on fossil fuels or palm oil or something else where, you know, we're taking way more than we're giving. Nobody's talking about, you know, demolishing ecosystem. That's not what I'm saying is fine, but it's appropriate to take what we actually need in service so that we can be of further service. So the point that I was trying to make with light workers is that if all of the if the major deposits of rose quartz or the major deposits of amethyst or tourmaline or something, or whatever, and you know, you name it, azestrolite, quartz, it can't all be, it's less useful if it's all localized in, it's fun. It might be a hell of a lot easier. And you know, what light worker doesn't want to, you know, go to Sedona? on some level, you just want to go to Sedona and say, oh, thank God it's Sedona. I feel better when I'm in Sedona because it's my home frequency and I feel there are other people like me. And of course, there are these communities that exist for a reason, because you all want to be surrounded by brethren, because we all want to go home. Of course we do. But it's less productive. So one of the harder jobs, and one of the jobs I was going to talk about tonight. So here's the segue. I knew it was in there somewhere. There's a segue that takes us back to kind of shithole communities like I live in, where there are 2 crack houses on this very street. Which one do you live in? And he slurs his answer. Is the red one, the red crack house down the road. Oh, I'm never going to visit you, but I did tell him that he can. I said, now you know where I live. So if he comes back, I'll give him my card. I actually went to go give him my card to so that he had my number, but I'm actually kind of relieved that he left. He left. I called him, but he didn't hear me. So I thought, okay, I'm just gonna let that go. But at any rate, that brings me to some of the things that are what we need are kind of major player light workers who are willing to go into certain places, spaces, areas, and I'm not actually trying to rank either. That's not actually what I mean. But there's a reason that each person, first of all, your composition is known and seen, and there's a reason your spirit guides are trying to find you the exact right spot for you to go. That you're needed someplace that's going to be perfect for all of the abilities that you have, which are seen and recognized, and there's a lot less figuring out than as much as we all want to figure, like I do. I know I do. I always want to know what's coming. It feels better, or it feels more familiar. Nonetheless, that's not actually what's needed at this time. And we're also not going to be allowed to do it. Like, everything is changing. So as much as we try to figure out, like, where am I going to go the next step? That's all kind of an old model of operating, because what we really need to do, and people are doing it, I'm just going to talk about that too, is every step is new. And there's a certain skill set that is required. You have to have cultivated this particular skill set where you're able to walk forward in uncertainty and still maintain a low level of fear, where you can walk in uncertainty and be okay with saying, okay, the field is open and it's improv from here on in. Things are just going to come up and it's going to be changing and changing and changing, and you need to just be able to be okay with that. I was going to talk about the walk of trust, but I also want to tell you, like, a couple of things happened. Already this call is nothing at all what I thought it was going to be, despite the fact that I planned and I said, okay, it's like a combination of planning and also leaving it open. But then I thought, okay, I'm going to have this loose kind of trellis arrangement where I'm kind of going to have a list of things to talk about, but I don't know how it's going to go. And then all of a sudden I'm talking about the crack house down the road. So I was going to talk about, oh boy. So I'm at a choice point right now as we speak. There has been, and I know I've broached it before a couple of times. I've said, I know that I'm going to talk about this sometime, but I don't know when. And I'm not sure it's yet, but I keep wanting to mention it. but I feel like, I feel like maybe it came up for a reason. There's a, because I know that I need to talk about the walk of trust. So I'm trying to find a way of talking about it. Hang on, I'm trying to figure, figuring's the wrong word. I'm trying to feel to see whether this is, it's one thing to walk in trust, and and that's valuable. You need to do it. I'm also listening. I'm trying to see if they give me any instructions as to how to proceed. Because there's, walking in trust has like, we can be referring to a couple of different things. If we're walking in trust and we're talking about resources like money, like walking in trust and saying, I'm going to go forward even though I don't know where the money's going to come from, but I'm going to go on this adventure. Like I know that Maria Therese and I were going to talk about that. We've talked about it in the past. We're going to talk more about it. We're like, I don't know where the money's going to come from, but it's going to come from somewhere. I know I'm being led in this direction, so I'm going to go before I know where the next step is, before the money comes in to get me there, or to, before I know where my, before I know exactly how it's, before my plan is established firmly, before it's something is cemented in and I know that that's going to hold me, which is a very third dimensional way to proceed, having to have something already substantial before you step on it. That's that method of functioning is coming from third dimensional way of operating, where you need something solid because that's the only thing you're aware of. So in contrast, the fifth dimensional way of operating relies on faith and our taking our creative ability to make something in energetic form, knowing and carrying the certainty of our own creative ability, so that by the time, so that we have such confidence in it that as we walk, as we negotiate our way forward, we know, okay, even if we don't know, even if we okay, it's going to take me into another, I'm going to use another example in a second. Wait a second. We make something in energetic form, and then we begin the movement first, knowing that, so it's kind of a way of, by doing that, we're adding movement and certainty and trust, faith, into the construct such that we're creating the movement, we're creating the manifestation. There's a different way of manifesting in the fifth dimension, and it's kind of relies on movement. In other words, your belief system has to be in alignment with trust and a firm knowledge, an absolute knowledge, not in the substance, because that can morph at any time. But it's the knowledge that energy is real and it will only ever come down in the form in which I've created it. You need to carry it and take responsibility for ownership of the pattern that you're making, so that it comes together in the form, not necessarily in the form that you have insisted on, because it's so weird. You have to know it, see it, believe it, feel it real. And then also, so imbue it with enough love that it almost takes on a life of its own, and it has freedom in it. It has freedom to be what it wants to be, despite the fact that you made it into something. It's very much like rearing children. Like you have this desire, like everybody, I almost said every mother, I'm sorry, that's not true. There are so many parents out there who sadly don't do this, but you know how? Especially first-time parents. Especially first-time parents. We all start out with this idea of what we're going to do. We're not going to do the way our parents did. We're going to do it. We want this thing. We want this wholesome. We want this wholesome thing to happen to our children. We're only going to feed our kids organic, and my kid's never going to touch, never going to play with something plastic. And I actually, when I was pregnant, I remember having this discussion with, I was also a preschool teacher, and I was a nanny for years and years and years. And I remember when I was pregnant, I was having a discussion with somebody whose wife was pregnant. It was a man. And I must say, it was one, I still think back to this conversation like this poor man has no idea. You think you're in control. You think you're going to make a little version of yourself. You think that he said, no, my children aren't going to wear jersey, like t-shirts are sloppy. My kids are going to play with wooden toys only, and wooden toys only, and only button-down shirts. No t-shirts, because that looks sloppy. Like, my child is going to do XYZ. Like, good luck, buddy. Good luck. And just like, it's going to be all organic, nothing plastic, because he just had this idea that this is the way he wants it. So, like, on one level, I can get behind that in some way. Like, I didn't let when my daughter Cricket turned 1, she was allowed to have white bread. For the first time, she tried a slice of white bread, because before that, it was like white bread French toast on her birthday. And I'd put food coloring in it. But before that, it was like, like veggie nuggets, and no, you're not, nothing artificial. It's just wholesome. So in some way, that's putting love and protection, and you want the best for them. So of course, that's the way to go. You try to make just what's perfect, and you try to get any unwanted influence away from this thing that you love. Of course, you're going to do that. So that's really not what I mean. I'm laughing at it because, like, he seemed to think that he could control it. That's why I was laughing. Like, your kid is not, you're going to have to learn to tolerate a plastic toy, because at some point someone is going to give your kid a piece of plastic. And the idea that you can never have your child in anything as awful as a t-shirt. Good luck. You're going to meet a toddler who's going to have their own ideas, and yours is going to have to go out the window, because they slouch too. It was just funny. Where was I going with this? So you have to have as much love as you have for your creation, what you want to see happen. It's appropriate to have this idea in your head of how you want it, but then you also have to carry it loosely and lovingly in your hands, so that it can also breathe, so that it can also move and have its own, take on a life of its own. That's like part of love, is letting go, and wanting for something what it wants for itself. There's this sweet spot of like protection that's not insistence. Bunk, you're gonna do this. God damn it, it's organic or nothing. Sometimes that has a place. There's going to be a point as we go up as a population. There's going to be a point in the strata where everything is organic and everything is actually going to wind up being the way that you actually wanted it. But we can't inflict that on those who are still in 3. It's not going to work. They're not going to be able to hear us. You have to meet the population where they are. And the populations are at a lot of different levels. As you go up the stairs, it's just like a stairway or a ladder. As the higher up you get, like the requirement is just changing and changing and changing, like ages of children. It's not one size fits all, and it's not gonna be. So where was I going with this? There are all sorts of fascinating changes happening and I've also said that, like, in the lower levels, there's still very much, even though we're not anchored into the third dimensional paradigm, I would even say it's the majority of people are still having the experience of 3 and 4, the third and the fourth dimension, because they haven't cleared it yet, and because usually it's the belief structure that's also, a lot of people in the third dimension particularly are trying to patch back. They're trying to put things back the way they think it's supposed to be. They don't realize that that's really a big point. Like, the reason we can't fix the existing political system. We cannot fix the existing educational system. We cannot fix the existing any of the existing paradigms. We're going to have to reinvent it completely. The same way you wouldn't get a bowl of soup and say, it's okay, we fished the turd out. We know that there was a turd in there. We know it's not all good, but that's okay. We're just going to fish the turd out, and then it's all right. We fixed it. We knew that there was a turd. We drained the swamp. It's like, no, all you do, even if you fish the turd out of the stock pot, the soup's no good. We need a new bowl. We need a totally different pot of soup. Start over. You are free to take certain elements of the old recipe if they functioned well. If the old soup that also had the turd also had carrots, and everyone's like, oh yeah, but that soup had carrots, we like the carrots. Don't take the old carrots into the new soup because that they once touched the turd soup. We're going to start with fresh carrots, but we can have the certain ideas that we thought worked, that we all liked, that can go in the new soup. You get the drift. But all of these things, if it's based fundamentally on trying to prop something up to make it work, like staying married because of the kids, but you and I are really at war and we hate one another and we all pretend, like, don't go into that. As an energetic platform that's as contaminated as it can get. And if you maintain, okay, how do I want to say this? I did recently post a little thing about this, I think it was yesterday, the day before, that if you avoid conflict in order to keep the peace, all you've done is create a war in yourself. So especially as a light worker or as someone on the awakening path, if your vibration is high enough that you're listening to this, you're already, you get more and more responsibility, or more and more, what is it? It's like if you go back to the equilateral triangle, if you start at base level, let's say the third dimension, and let's say a given light worker, let's say it's in the center. And as your consciousness rises off center point, as your vibration goes up and up and up and up and up, the equilateral triangle, like the area that you are able to influence, increases exponentially. So as you go up, you radiate a broader and broader, stronger and stronger signal as you have cleared out your own density. That's why somebody like an ascended master, someone whose vibrational level is very, very high, and provided they're still anchored on earth and fully embodied, you can achieve a very strong you basically become this massive column of light that becomes the dominant tuning fork that even without saying anything, you can simply land or, you know, walk through a group of people or position yourself anonymously, or not anonymously, whatever. You can place yourself, or God will place you in an environment like a terrible neighborhood in order to affect a change, because your energy, without doing something like a Jehovah's Witness where you knock on the door, please believe in my God, please believe in God, can I leave you with this booklet? There's no need to do that. Another way of affecting a stronger change, because what you're really trying to do is, even if you were a Jehovah's Witness, knocking on people's doors, trying to get, you know, can I come in and you know, discuss the Bible? They're trying to recruit you. They're trying to create a change. But what they really want is basically, it's not only just about gathering people into their flock, it basically is, but it's also about, like, the search for God requires walking in question, constantly walking in a state of questioning. What you really want to do as a spiritual teacher is get people to start asking questions, get people to like get out of your own start breaking into the belief structure that thinks that you know everything already. Just open to question. And so one of the things that I know that I do this, probably a lot of you do this too, is that when you go someplace, and a lot of times, like, I don't need to try to provoke questions. I just, like, show up and people are like, what the hell was that? Or what happened? Like, all of a sudden I'm upset. It happens every time you come in. Every time you come in, it just usually people just hate me. They hate me or they love me, but nobody is very, very few people remain neutral. But that's what you want. If you're trying to break up the asphalt, it's like you can choose the old asphalt, or you can choose the garden that we're about to plant underneath it. We're gonna plow everything up, turn up the earth, and plant something new. But the asphalt has to come up first. That's the whole thing. So Belinda Spence, and Sarah, I was talking about both of you today in the best way. Hello, hang on a second. I've got a nose here. Here's one. Here's a nose. Hi. I can't have you here right now, and I know you peed because I took you out. So if you're going to stay here, you're going to have to find a spot. There has to be like 2 feet away. 2 feet or so. I know, you're just going to sit here. If you have a comment, but you can't just nudge me the whole time, okay? You can go sit in this chair. You can sit in this red chair if you want. No, I said that's what you do. See, that's the thing. Sometimes a little independence would serve us both real well for you. So I might have to go put him in the other room. I might. Because if you can just sit quietly, you can stay. Okay. So there were a couple of things that happened. So already, I don't know how long we've gone on so far, but I haven't even started telling you what I was going to tell you. How long has it? Oh, it's been 49. All right, 49 minutes. Only 5 hours to go. I don't know how long this is going to be. There's really quite a bit to say. And if I know I'm probably not going to say it all in this one, so I might do another one tomorrow. But a number of things happened yesterday. And then there are all, I struggle with a way of trying to organize this material because the changes it's really been like an earthquake energetically, in case none of you have noticed. It's like just whiplash in all directions. So sometimes you plan for sometimes it's like, at this point, it's like every hour. At least on my end, this is what's happening with me. It's almost like every hour or every 2 hours or so, something comes in, and it's like, well, that's not what I was planning. I was just about to go do this thing, but I'm yanked over here to go do something. And it tends to be more positive. Like, there's a way to look at that. We're saying, well, I don't like drama. Okay. Like, I would prefer it to be more peaceful too. Most of us would. Nonetheless, we are in a time where it's extremely busy. There's a time to sit down and say, well, I don't like drama. And nobody wants drama. And there's a time for meditation. There's a time where you need to take time off. You need to be peaceful. And then sometimes there's just a shitload of stuff that needs to get done. So at least in my world, I have been balancing it pretty well, but I know that I have to, some of my best work gets done in silence and solitude, because I just need this space in which to work. And when provided I'm given silence and solitude, I actually get way more energetic stuff done. So I've been toying with the idea, switching subjects slightly. I've been toying with the idea of changing my session format. I'm trying to serve as many people as possible. And I've been toying with the idea for a while of making every session, instead of doing sessions by Facebook Messenger on video, where it's one-on-one, we get a lot accomplished. But what I've really been wanting to do recently is do them in some sort of recorded format so that I can put them on my wall and share them, because and a lot of people, I don't blame people for not wanting to do that. So I'm toying with the idea of maybe recording it, and then, provided somebody agrees, putting that on my wall. I might do it that way. But the reason I was thinking of doing that is because sessions have been happening lately, really for the last couple of months, that I know during a sessions, like people would really benefit from hearing, like large groups of people would benefit from hearing some of the stuff that's been happening and what's been coming up. So I'll just walk you through a little bit, because stuff happened the last 2 days where so much happened so quickly that me trying to come on and then do a live stream and kind of recapitulate everything that happened it feels like it's a poor use of the time. It feels like if I already had this discussion with this person and so much was illuminated and we did so much energetic work, if I could just take that session and put it on the wall, everybody could see it and they would know what happened, and they would also get benefit of the transmission. So that might be a better way to work. I don't know yet. If any of you, if something occurs to any of you and you want to send me a private message about how you think we might address that, or if you're interested in a session and you wouldn't mind it being public, almost nobody comes to me now that, in fact, nobody, I would say nobody. All of the people that I'm getting are now doing, I should also say the sessions have shifted. You know how for a long time, I was doing this thing where every person that I met with for a session was representative of a particular group. So whatever change happened during our work together, it's kind of like they're almost like the lead gear, or the gear that, like, we do this shift with them and it shifts for their entire group. So that's been happening, but now it's also shifted into this new thing. There's like 2 tiers at this point. There's a level where we're still working with correcting some of the old stuff, like people, but it's much less so now about clearing old patterns. Like even though there's a huge group that's doing that, it's almost like I'm not getting the clearing work. The corrections have largely been made, at least for the people that I'm working with. But now the people that I'm working with, some of them are still working at a very high level and I'll tell you about that in a second. Still working in the correction arena. Like I'll tell you about this woman Heather that I met. I'm going about to tell you that in a little bit. And what happened with her yesterday. But then there's this other group. So she's like, and she's just tremendously powerful. I was so freaking impressed. And I was also, I find it very, what's the word? I find it reassuring in a way that the people I work with now are, when I look at their energy, one of the things that always jumps out, without tooting my own horn, I just find I find that, you know, everyone has self-doubt. Like, am I doing the right thing? Where am I? Like the guidance system has just changed. It has changed. And I'm not the only one it's changed for. I'm hearing this from everybody. Like Maria Theresa and I were talking, like the guides, our clairaudience has shifted. Now that we're no longer looking to any external source, the same way, not the same way. Like the card readings are different. If you even read cards, most people just, or a lot of, it depends on just what strata you're in. There's a time when that is very useful, and my guides told me to study that for a while toward a purpose. And then, but I was coming at it from the top down. I was trying to relate to people who read cards. I was trying to reach a population. I was looking for a way into structure from intuition that was very formless. So that, like, the same bridge that takes a structured system and leads people into their intuition can be followed the other direction. So if you're somebody who is only intuitive and they're trying to find their way back into form, you can use something like one of those bridge modalities like Reiki that has an energetic freeform way of working, or it kind of leads you from a very structured approach into the world of energy medicine. That's why I'm always saying it's like it's a gateway modality. But then once you're a Reiki master, or once you have Reiki, usually people wind up accumulating a number of different modalities at first when they study energy medicine. And then what usually happens is the phase after that, after you accumulate, you know, a certain familiarity with, you know, different varieties of energetic medicine, different modalities, you have some under your belt. And then what usually happens is that when you go up a strata, you become your own modality. So you don't have to rely on anything external to teach you how to do it. You know what you want it to do. You know how to set an intention. You know about the way energy flows. You know the law of attraction. You know certain things about body and symbology. You can see into, you can see things. You just become your own modality, and you just know, you learn how to work it yourself. And you invent it. You claim the creatorship of your own modality. And some people will then turn that into a system which they teach to others, which is, so you get, you know, people like Gary Craig, who did Access Consciousness, or who establish a new modality and then that takes off, or someone like is it Gary? What's his name? The guy who did EFT. Anyway, but you know what I mean. And there's so many of them like that. But then at a point, people just, they have their own way of doing it, or they begin to do laying on of hands or Reiki without doing the symbols, or they invent their own symbols, or they channel something, whatever. There's going to be more and more of that. And in fact, it's going to be the only thing we do once we get up high enough. But it's just a matter of how do you get the people at 3 up the ladder? And ain't that always the trick? So that's what's happening now. There's a mass migration of all of these groups, of all of these different levels. And a lot of stuff is breaking apart in order to be rearranged And sometimes, if I don't know if you've noticed, the stages are kind of getting shorter and shorter. That definitely happened with me, where I would be in a particular stage, and it would take a certain duration of time to get something to move, to get a change to manifest, to bring a manifestation in. It was because it was denser and it was more like sludge. But the higher up you're able to go, the density drops out. So your manifestations become faster. Your connections become more. That's one of the main things. That's also one of the reasons that things manifest faster, because there's just a different way of manifesting when you're working in a group, because you're able to trade. I said to somebody this morning, you're able to trade skill sets. So it becomes a little bit, in the higher dimensions, it's a little like working, especially like even in 5, it's a little bit like working like Hall of Justice style. If you're old enough to remember the Hall of Justice, where the superheroes had like this temple space, it was called the Hall of Justice. And it's kind of like, if I'm Wonder Woman and I have a certain skill set, and what my specialty skill is, I don't know. I didn't watch that movie. It's probably a bad example, but like I have an invisible plane, and I have certain specialty skills that belong to me. But if you're involved in a group endeavor where you have linked energy streams, fully connected, emphasis on fully connected, because at some point, like right now, mostly some of us are really connecting on this level, and we can already send our energy through to somebody else. And I'm going to tell you about Maria Therese going to LA in a minute, because that's happening. And that's very useful. I'm so glad to see very hot, but in order to do that, in order to utilize somebody else's skill set, somebody else's energy, to have it come through and be able to use it, or send your energy through to somebody else, so that for example, if I'm unable to go to LA right now, but I need my energy to go to a particular location, I know somebody who is going to LA, or if I can, energy takes the path of least resistance. That's the thing. The way energy moves is that it always takes the path of least resistance. So if there's a lot of resistance, and circumstances are such that I am not able to move right now, nonetheless, I need to get a certain stream of energy. It needs to get to a location in Los Angeles. There's a tremendous amount of activity, a lot of movement in Los Angeles, where we're preparing for something in LA. I don't know how much I'm going to talk about that tonight, but there is a large team of people who are being called to go to LA in particular. Toward a purpose, we have to get as many people that are capable of carrying a certain, it's kind of like, it would be like, if you're talking about energy carriers, like a convention of arteries. It's kind of like that. It's like you need as many light workers who can carry a certain quantity or certain amount of voltage of a certain caliber in order to get light codes. And then we all have to be connected, and we all have to be anchored into the ground on grid points that are within the city. And that's toward a purpose. And I will tell you, before I go off into it later, the reason that's happening is because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of disclosure coming out, particularly regarding pedophilia. And the negative emotion, the negative emotional response. Oh, let me wait, before I finish that sentence, let me just prepare. When you hear this information, if it's reaching your ears, it's important to hear it without creating the circumstance that says, without bracing yourself for impact and an expectation, and inadvertently creating a situation that kind of feeds the agreement, the collective agreement that we're all expecting a negative reaction when this happens. So even though that's true, we are expecting a negative, like from the perspective of looking at what's likely to happen, I would ask you to hear this while intending that we are easily able to accommodate and counteract any negative emotion that may arise. We're going to be able to counteract it and bring it to, and readily accommodate it and bring it back to 0 point, reassure the population and replace the negative vibration, the negative emotions. We're going to be able to easily help them transmute. That's the reason we're going. We're going to help the population transmute for the collective. It's kind of like, it's a difficult task, or at least just say that I have to be careful with my words, because I want to be able to set a couch for it that is the opposite of fear-based. Nonetheless, the reason we're going out is because there's a very high potential that we're going to get a specific reaction. So the way so our strategy is to have a lot of very high level, firmly grounded, high level operatives positioned in Los Angeles and connected with one another anonymously. This isn't something, I mean, with the exception of me, because I'm supposed to be in the spotlight, because that's just part of my group karma where I'm going to be whatever. That's down the road a little bit. I just know it's coming. Nonetheless, I'm going to kind of take the brunt of that thing. I'm going to do a certain amount of speaking, but that's like its own separate issue. That's like mine to deal with. But how do I want to say this? We have to have a counteracting grid work, a counteracting grid of energetic countermeasures in place, so that, for example, when the collective potentially, it's likely to happen, but we can apply a countermeasure so that it's kind of like the anti-earthquake. Like if you had a way to, like if you knew that an earthquake was coming to the middle of Los Angeles, I'm not saying there's an earthquake, I'm using it as an analogy. If you knew that there was the great likelihood that there was going to be a massive earthquake and you wanted to reduce the damage, or you wanted to reduce the amount of quake, you could put stabilizing mechanisms, let's say, in the land so that there would be calming influences that were there to counteract it, so that it would just be at 0 point, or the wave would be lessened, so that it would be, people would be still get the information, but we're just going to accommodate it, and there's a soothing property. So now that we know how to transmute fear, because you don't get to a high level without having gone through the darkness, without knowing how to navigate, whether you're one of the people who runs it through your body, or you run it through your body, or you're able to somehow navigate the energy where you are a transmuter. If you're called to go to LA, please go. And it's going to come out all around the country. Nonetheless, there is a very large team of people who are being moved to, nudged intuitively, that says, now it's time. The next stage in this voyage is to go plant yourself in Los Angeles, because we need you. You're needed there. So there are a lot of people, there's a great deal of movement going on. It's by no means, I just happen to be working with a group that's going to LA, and it's not the only group I'm working with. Nonetheless, there's the energetic platform of that city, because it's Hollywood, because it's the film industry, the energetic influences there are stacked with just negative shit after negative shit out of, you know, programming and more programming and more programming, and pedophilia in Hollywood, and pollution. There's just so much stuff in that particular region. And because of what's about to be disclosed, not for me, I'm going to be disclosing the other side. Nonetheless, it's kind of like I have legs in both. I'm working on both levels because my work, it has to do with bridging it. It has to do with harmonizing all of these different levels. And it's just kind of it's kind of my specialty task. And then I know that the other thing is that they won't tell me yet. Like my guys won't tell me. They're not telling me. I know that a certain amount of somehow or another, I'm going to be put in the spotlight. They won't tell me how it's coming yet because they know I don't want to do it. But I was going to talk about, I'm dreading it. I'm carrying fear in this area. Cancel. Nonetheless, I know it's there. It's important to take self-inventory enough so that you just know where your weaknesses are. And because of my history as Joan, I have group karma, I have group international karma, and I on a global stage, there's certain things that are going to come to me because I have to meet that fear. You know how problems repeat, problems repeat until you meet them, until you can respond appropriately. And I know that I freak out, and much better than it used to be. If anybody remembers my first live stream, it took me years to from the time I remembered the Joan lifetime and all those memories came back. And then I was so terrified, like, God, don't make me do that again. Please don't make me ever. I don't want to talk about spiritual development. I don't want to talk about any of it. I was in such cringe mode about that, and panic and PTSD big time on so many levels, and it took me so many years to clear. And then when they said you have to start getting your message out, I was writing for a while, and then I was like, maybe I don't have to be seen. And then they told me that I had to start speaking because I'm going to be put in the spotlight, and you have to start speaking, and you have to start speaking. You just have to allow yourself to be seen. It's just important. And so they've been moving me little by little by little by little, working through my own dread. And if anybody remembers my first attempt at a live stream, which was on my old phone, and granted, I was very heavily attacked by dark forces, and dark forces are often carried by us, by our own fear, which coalesces into form, and then we're carrying this, what feels like an external demon is really your own shit. And it really was. It was both things, because I was heavily attacked by external dark forces. I was also I vibrational matched in some of them because I was carrying a tremendous amount of terror, anger, resentment, dread, all sorts of crap like that. At any rate, I'm going to turn on a light. 1 second. I'm also going to put this dog in the room. 1 second. Come here. Come here, Todd. Come in here. Here, please. Sorry. We'll see if that makes a dent. Wait a minute. Nope. We'll see if that's any better. Is it still dark? It's still kind of dark. Okay, that's fine. So I had to work through a lot of my own fear with this, and but then a lot of my own fear. Like my guys never, and this is the way guys work in general. Like they're not going to tell you. They're not going to give you more than you can accommodate. You're like, I know that at least with me, they kind of tell me things on a need-to-know basis, and I know that it might just be my job. I'm not sure, but I think that it works this way with other people too. I know that if there's something that they give me knowledge piece by piece, but I do know that, like, all my life there were certain things that they were shielding me from. Part of that was because I have been carrying the child population of the child jurisdiction of the Joan of Arc template. So the same way you don't allow your children to have certain influences. All my life, actually, I was shielded from certain things. Like we always lived someplace where we didn't get TV reception, or there was no, or whatever. We just didn't have television. We didn't have electricity or plumbing. And so we didn't get television because we didn't have electricity, or, something like that. So years went by where I just had very limited access. I just was aware that I wasn't allowed to see certain things the same way young children are shielded from, like, certain topics or something. But I was aware that, like, all of life seems to be orchestrated to keep me away from certain things that I was interested in, or whatever. Like, you're not allowed to do this thing. You can do this other thing. And now I know why. It makes a lot more sense now. When when my memories came back, the terror erupted for me because I knew it was true. And it came with a job, and it wasn't just the memories and the terror in the end. It was like distant. It was different from, this wasn't what I thought I was going to be talking about either, but it was different from tapping into somebody else's and your like ancestral memories, or carrying a memory that you weren't directly a part of. This was something like, when it came up and I remembered it, all of a sudden, everything in my life that made sense. It just explained so many things that I had never been able to explain before. Like at some point, I'm going to do a whole live stream, and probably a lot more about that, because they tell me that I still have to write this book about the Joan of Arc lifetime and certain things that went on behind the scenes, like the ET. It was an ET presence in the Middle Ages, and they want me to talk a lot about that, and a lot about the way that evolution of humanity was orchestrated, and certain things that we did throughout history that were really part of the same thing. There were just certain you go into the population to doctor certain things, to plant certain energetic influences into certain populations at specific times, because you need it to develop at a particular rate, so that by the time the ascension window, which is now, the population is going to be a little more savvy. So some of them are going to make it. That's what the Joan of Arc lifetime was about, and they really want me to talk a lot about that, because apparently what I've been allowed to, what I know about now, I don't know. It all has to be explained. It's going to make a lot more sense when I say it. Part of my problem was just that I just really didn't want to do it, because I've still been very, the difficulty was, it's not like a matter of what you would think it would be about, although there was that too, but I'm not so worried that people are going to think I'm crazy. It's actually a lot easier if the masses, we'll put it this way, when third dimensional people who are kind of in 3 or 4, they're not really awakened. When you come forward and I wouldn't really say to them, oh, I was Joan of Arc, although now my guides are saying you're going to have to talk to this population. But the dicey thing is not that they're going to call you crazy. It's actually way easier if they call you crazy. If they call you crazy, they dismiss you and they don't pay attention to you, and you're marginalized. So it's actually a lot easier to do your work. This is probably why, like, witches usually were sent from the, ostracized from the village. The crazy wise woman who just talks to, she's got familiars and she lives in the woods with plants and animals, and we all revile her, and we're gonna point the finger at her and burn her as a witch or something. That has a downside, because you're cast out of the village if you're a witch, but it has a good side too, because you're free to work unobstructed. It has been a time of duality where all of these weird positions, like, there's a gift in everything. And at least, you know, you might have a life of pretty much being lonely, apart from the fact that you talk to spirits and you're surrounded by your animals and plants and they talk to you too. But you don't have a lot of human, or too often through history, people who were identified as crazy, there are also institutions, and they, you know, do they kill you for being crazy? Yeah, they do that too. Or they take women and they throw them in some psych ward, or they lock them in the attic and get remarried if, you know, if you're a Victorian man, whatever. There's a hellish history. But from my perspective, it's easier, in my view, if they call you crazy, because then you're free to work. And because I don't give a shit about what they thought anyway, and I never wanted to talk to them anyway, because they're all, you know, pedestrian hacks or whatever. That's not very kind. But you know, when people are asleep, it's like you can't, like, oh God, I can't talk to you. I can't even pretend to. I will try to accommodate this conversation as far as I can, but I really can't wait till you go. So it's easier if the fear is not that somebody's going to call you crazy. At least it wasn't for me. You're actually in more danger when they start to take you seriously. And when you're identified as a threat because they think you can do miracles. Holy shit, did you see that thing? You know, I saw light come from her. I saw her surrounded by birds, and I, you know, they jump to these conclusions because they don't know what it is. And so they freak out. And you usually, if you're a very high vibrational or high energetic being like that, it triggers people to their own awakening, and awakenings are ugly as all get out. There's no such thing as a pretty, you know, you think you're going to get something, you know, a fluffed aura, and it's going to be like lavender, cotton candy, and sparkles, and it's going to be so pretty, and angels are going to come around, and I'm just going to see the truth. And that doesn't happen. It's not. That's not what happens at all. You're flattened and ground, and you're put into the alchemical cauldron of transformation that is horrible. You go through this alchemical process, and you can't sign up for it either. You're recruited when you're ready. When you're ready, your guides are just going to say, hey, and it's going to come in with no accommodating your social schedule or what you had planned. It has nothing to do with that at all. You know, one thing I noticed in, I do always think that there might be a better way to do this. I don't know what it is, but I've noticed that I know that at least in my own awakening, and I think it's probably true for other people too, one thing I've noticed is that the second you are ready for an upgrade, you get it. So it doesn't matter if you're driving in traffic with toddlers in the car. This, you know, if you're driving in traffic with toddlers in the car, and all of a sudden your vibration is open, or you, on some level, you just reach a place where you're open to receive or something. If it's time for, as the second that you are ready for your upgrade, you're going to be upgraded, you're going to be up-leveled, and there seems to be absolutely no attention paid to whatever the hell you're doing. Like, you know, my guests are about to arrive for dinner in 10 minutes, and, you know, they just pulled into the driveway, and all of a sudden I've got a vision and I have to lay down, and, you know, it's like that. You couldn't have waited like a couple hours until everybody's eaten dinner and we leave, you know, but no, it doesn't work that way. It's like as soon as something's ready to come in, spirit takes precedence. Nothing in spirit trumps whatever the hell the outside circumstance is. So if you're meant to, as soon as you're ready, you're going to get the information, you're going to get the codes. So it's best if your own schedule is flexible enough to accommodate it. And it's not like it's comfortable. It's just going to happen. And it's a better thing if you can cultivate the cultivate the understanding that this is happening in everybody's life, not just yours. So one of the reasons that everything is being just shifted around and the amount of just sheer chaos on the planet, in case you haven't noticed, is just tremendous, because everybody is being called onto different tasks, except unless, okay, this is weird because there's another contradiction with like the divine paradox, where there's some people who are in major shift mode and everything, it's just busy, 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 busy. And then there's this other section of people who are already in position, and to a lot, there's a whole strata who feels like, oh my God, when is something gonna move? I've been stuck in, and actually I'm really one of those, like as busy as I am, it's not like I'm not working, because I'm working constantly and through the night. I'm in space meeting, but my life on a physical level appears like I'm not doing anything. And I've been stuck in this place that I didn't want to be ever. I'm not in a good neighborhood. And cancel. I'm going to cancel that, and I'm turning it into a good neighborhood. That's why I'm here. I'm positioned here in this neighborhood, which is, it's actually much better than it used to be, way, way better than it used to be. But it's kind of like I'm here to provide energetic stability and an energetic platform that is assisting this area. So one of two things happen. Either people wake up and they start to, like there's a vegan cheese factory that went in next door to me, and there's there's a flotation spa that went in the other side. And on the next block over, it's like, there's still like several crack houses. And there are still, when I moved into this place 6 years ago, there were drive-by shootings that was very violent. I'm also on street level. Open my door, it's almost directly on the sidewalk. There's like 3 feet of space between my door and the sidewalk. And this is what I wasn't sure I was going to say. I want to talk about the walk of trust. It's important. And more people are going to be called into this kind of service. So it's important to talk about. And then I still want to talk about what happened like last night and yesterday. The people who are coming to me now are specifically, I wanted to talk about somebody I had a session with yesterday, and it has to do with the walk of trust and suddenly finding yourself called to assist something that like wasn't there. You had no idea this thing was going to come in, and all of a sudden you're called to a task where you have to assist something. That's happening more and more. And it's very important for those of us who do this work to assist one another, because when we need help, we need help. Usually we're very independent. We're very, we're used to following our guidance. We're also very protected. But when we need help, it's important to assist one another, because dark forces do exist on the lower level where we're still working. There's still work to be done on the lower level. So there are some people, who say, well, it's just easy. All you have to do is ascend and you keep your vibration high. That's true, but they might be people who are only working in the higher level where things are, and I'm not saying that's not needed. It is needed. Of course it is. But there is still work to be done on the lower level. So even if you're somebody who can go very high up, you might be called to go into a really hostile area. So please, I would ask that sometimes I find that there's too much judgment on Facebook telling everybody what they need to do. It's not that it's necessarily a bad thing, because everything has a place. Everything has a place. But I do find sometimes there's a little bit of an attitude that kind of creeps in. Like if you're if you're someplace that has a lot of drama or a lot of violence or a lot of something, it's because you attracted or you're a vibrational match to it. I think 3 different things about that. On one level, yes, you're a vibrational match to it, or you are a vibrational match for it. Because sometimes there is predation. And just like there is predation, there's predation. So sometimes dark forces will attack something because it serves their agenda. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you wanted to be attacked, or you opened yourself up, or you decided that you were going to engage with a narcissist, so it's your own fault and you were a vibrational match to it because you have low self-esteem, and that's why you invited a narcissist into your life, so it's all your fault. So let's step out of victim blaming. And it's also true that, like, there's no victimization, but on a, like, that's one of the things that is simultaneously true, and it's also not true. It's a divine paradox. It's true that you do have the ability to create your own reality. Yes. It's also true that predatory forces exist at certain levels. And until a lot of us have volunteered, like, and one level, nobody needs rescuing. Like, I hear this a lot from people who say, you create your own reality, nobody needs rescuing. Well, that's not always true. In fact, if you take this entire planet as an example, one of the reasons that we all came here and flocked en masse is because the Earth was in desperate trouble and couldn't get out. And you actually did need I don't mean you, I mean the Earth actually did really need assistance. And it needed a tremendous amount of assistance from a tremendous number of people. That's why so many of us are here. So there is time to say, wow, I'm out of my depth. This is totally unbalanced, and send aid. And there's no shame in asking for it either. Because Earth had reached a place of density and masculine imbalance where they can't get themselves out unless something else is needed. So in order to get in, we have to do certain things. There's a mechanism, but there's a sequence by which it's happening. There's an agenda. It's a very, very long-term strategy, thousands and thousands of years. And it's also time doesn't exist the way we're trained to think it does. And time travel is absolutely possible. All lifetimes are concurrent and parallel. And you can go, when you get off the timeline, it's very commonly done to go backwards even and adjust. You can enter into a lifetime in the past to tweak something that will cause a reaction over here in another lifetime. If you pictured a timeline, it doesn't really work the way you think, but that happens all the time. And sometimes I know that I saw this when, in my own development, when I shot out of my body and I saw all of my lifetimes as though it was like looking down into a very large apartment building that had no roof, where I could see into all of the apartments, and each apartment would be like a separate lifetimer that I had. And there were certain, everything was transparent. Like, when that happened to me, I could see and easily understand, differentiate. Like, I wasn't confused. I just suddenly got all of this information all at once, but it made sense. And I could see down certain lifetimes that were stacked on top of one another that dealt with a certain thing. And in my case, it was jealousy of other people who were jealous of me, who injured me horribly, but I was totally oblivious to the fact that they were jealous or even enemies. I didn't even know they were enemies. I thought that they were friends, and I didn't recognize jealousy in people. I was just totally oblivious to the fact that anybody didn't have my best interest at heart, because I thought that they were like me. I just didn't recognize that anybody was jealous. And as a result, I placed myself inadvertently in harm's way, to put it mildly, and was horribly, horribly injured because of it. And in this lifetime, my guide said, I was shown that I had this one tier of lifetimes that all had the same thing in common, where I really had not learned this lesson of not trusting absolutely everybody. I didn't have the discernment muscle very well. I kind of would be like, I never met a stranger. I love you. You're a total stranger. Come here. I love you. It was like that. I was like that with everybody, and I didn't have the boundaries. And that's because primarily it's due to operating systems. Like, I was coming from this generalized operating platform where in the higher dimensions, there's the differentiation just doesn't exist. We don't have those boundaries up there. It's like one big Venn diagram, and everybody borrows from everybody else's. So it's not like, you just don't have the personalized identity the way you have it, in like the third dimension. That whole paradigm, I just didn't know how that worked. I really didn't. And because I was outside the mainstream in this lifetime, my whole life, I was just outside of what everybody else was doing. It just didn't apply to me ever. Ever. It just weird. Even when I was like mainstreamed in school, I had like regents classes and also special ed. There's always this thing like, I don't know, it just weird things. I was always doing something that whatever the rule was, it just never applied to me. It's always like, well, everyone's going to do this except for Stephanie. She's going to do this other thing, and we're just going to discount her and whatever. So it made, when my memories came back, it made a lot of things in my life suddenly make a hell of a lot of sense. And I'm going to talk about that a different day. But yeah, because there's stuff to be said about that. But I want to go back to light army tactics, because so yesterday I started the walk of trust. How am I going to organize this material? Because we have I want to talk about what's been happening yesterday. The walk of trust, and for some reason we're already talking about kind of bad neighborhoods too. Like, that's important, because there are these, I'm going to start there. And it takes us right into the walk of trust. And I know that these things are connected, and there's a circuitous route by which I need to talk about everything, but I don't know what the route is. So ain't that the way that it is to navigate in the fifth dimension? Yes. The answer is yes. Hang on. The swaying started. Did you notice that? The energy just shifted? I always know when the energy shifts because I start to get wiggly. I'm also really hungry right now. The walk of trust is something that requires a muscle of faith. There's actually a skill set that requires certain core muscles, and faith is a muscle, trust is a muscle. I have been debating whether to deliver certain information, because one, I know that, like, there's a difference between walking in trust and just purely baiting. Like, I'm trying to figure out, if I deliver this information, I feel like it has to be handled carefully, very much like the same as the or similar to the energy, what I said was going to happen in Los Angeles. Like, I want to be able to deliver certain information without inadvertently creating the thing that I'm trying to avoid. And even trying to avoid is the wrong way to say it, because when I'm creating something in faith, and I've got this vision of what I intend it to look like, and I have put my trust in God that I will be protected, largely because they told me I would be protected. They said, you're going to go and you're going to do this thing and you're going to be protected. And as long as I'm in this apartment, they put me in this apartment. And I was basically forced into this apartment because this is not an apartment that I would have said, hey, yeah, let me move there. No. Circumstances were such that I was basically backed into a corner and I had to move into this apartment with my, and I moved in with my daughters at the time. And it's a 1-bedroom apartment. It's not in a neighborhood that I would have driven through, let alone moved to. Doesn't accommodate a garden, doesn't accommodate, I've got the dogs here, but it's a 1-bedroom apartment. There's only so many animals you can keep in it. It's also not ventilated. The door opens and that's about it. The windows crack, but none of these windows open. It gets stuffy. It's also on street level. I had to put window film up to keep, because people, I mean, like when you, right outside this window is the sidewalk. Like people can look right in. And the sidewalk is also about 2 feet in front of my front door. On the other side is a parking lot that gets a lot of foot traffic too. And it's not a good neighborhood. And it's an industrial building that I'm living in. And I know that I was put here to have on task, on assignment. I was put here, and what my, do I want to say this or not? It's not a good neighborhood. It's a much better neighborhood than it was. But so here's the thing. I feel like I've gone too far and I have to say this now. But this is what I would like. I would ask this of you. Please assist me in creating this is going to be like a practice run for what's happening in Los Angeles. Like in Los Angeles, there's going to be information is going to come out that has the potential to bring up a lot of fear in people who don't know that their reaction creates something. So there's going to be a tendency, and that's fine, because if in the 3rd dimension you really don't have creative potential, you have the because in that level you're learning how to accommodate your own reactions. So the 3rd dimension is really not where things are created. It's where things are already, things occur. So your creative ability is basically limited to the way you respond. And then as you develop in your spiritual growth, as your own vibrational and your education, your spiritual awareness, your spiritual education, you get more and more developed as you grow in spiritual maturity. You just like physical development has puberty. Spiritual development has Kundalini rising, and you go through a spiritual awakening, spiritual development, and at some point you have creative capacity that you can now create something with your spiritual body, your spiritual awareness. The same way, at some point when you hit puberty, you become able to physically create something. When you go through your spiritual maturity, you enter into this realm where now you're given your first creative abilities. You can start to play with energy so that energy comes down into form. That would be a deadly thing to give somebody if they didn't know how to manage themselves, or if they had, you don't let the baby drive. There are certain things you don't let underdeveloped beings do. You can't, it's not safe to let a toddler create whatever the hell they want. You need to have more you need to be more mature before you have that. So that's why third dimension, and the 3rd dimension has been the realm where one learns certain things. And it's not creation. It's really just how you learn. You can grow from that position into spiritual maturity, of course. But you have to awaken and learn how to cultivate your own ability to respond appropriately, your own ability to navigate your own emotional ecosystem, to even identify the fact that you have that you even can control your own environment, but you have to be awake to do that. So that's why there has, like in the fourth dimension, and then I'll try and remember to get back to what I was talking about. In the fourth dimension has been the realm of, like archangels and archons do a lot of their work. You know, saints, intermediary figures. There's been a battle, a vying, a competition for who can control the collective consciousness of those in the third dimension, particularly the sleepers, because before you wake up, you're fair game. And it has served, and that's appropriate. It's really appropriate to do that the same way. And it also allows for free choice. So it's one of those things that in the fourth dimension, or I should say, like in the disclosure community, sometimes there is a tendency to vilify, you know, the archons, the cabal, the church, the governing forces, or the forces that stepped in to kind of control things. But here's the thing. Number one, we don't want to recreate an enemy. We need to be able to view that in a mechanistic capacity, so that we see why that could only, it has to be that way. In order to allow for free choice in the third dimension, the sleepers are going to be pulled to one side, or to dark side, or to the light side, according to their own vibrational drift. Because you have to, it's kind of like everybody's trying to, everybody in the fourth dimension, if you're an archon or you're archangel or you're some combination, because it's basically all the same thing. But it's kind of like, because I've operated there. I mean, like Joan of Arc as a saint, people pray to you and you take their energy, and you have, like, as Joan of Arc, if you're in the capacity of a religious icon or any icon, you have a population that you're now responsible for, kind of being the steward of that group, that energetic, that they've given you power. Not saying that you necessarily want it, but it's kind of like, until they wake up and are able to responsibly steward their own selves and be sovereign, they need guidance, because they're sleepy and they don't know what they're doing yet. The same way you would watch out for an underdeveloped or a very immature human, as any responsible adult, if you see a baby toddling around, you don't let it walk into the road unless you're of the dark side who wants the baby to walk in the road. Guardian angels exist for a reason, and we function in the third dimension. We have hovered in the fourth dimension and kind of shuttled, you know, that's where like spirit guides operate, and the archons, good and bad, operate there. Any iconic figure, you know, you're trying to take, if you're a wise steward and you're benevolent, you're trying to steward your population and, you know, prevent them from going off the cliff, and, you know, put things in their heads so that they're steered one way or another in a responsible way. In the fifth dimension, there's no room for icons at all. So that's why all of these, that's one of the reasons actually that the Joan of Arc information has got to come out. It has to come out because I need to talk about how the icon system developed, the way it operated, so that we can avoid accidentally, inadvertently recreating these old patterns that we don't want them again. So I'm going to have to, that's one of the reasons they're saying that you're going to be, that I'm going to be put in there's going to be a large spotlight on my information, and there's nothing I can do about it, because I'm just, for some reason, I have this job that, for some reason, I know why I have the job, because I have to present this information, and I think it's probably going to be published when I finally write the book. the information has got to go around the world because the problem is global. And also I had got this group karma, so it's going to wind up coming from me. So I know that it's just my job. I have to talk about the state of iconness to begin with. The way icons are manufactured, where the cooperation is, how you accidentally put yourself in prison but it also served a purpose. Like, it's appropriate in the third dimension to have that these icons existed to assist in both directions, because not everybody wants to go toward the light, and sometimes there are lessons to be learned from darkness. You have to learn to navigate these things. So certain things were appropriate, but it has to be dismantled now. The dismantling is occurring in it's being smashed to smithereens in 3, and then in 4 there's still kind of like navigating is the wrong word, rearranging, tremendous amount of rearranging of people going on so that everybody gets into position, so that when we go to 5, we're able to create something clean and pure, so where there are no icons necessary, it's going to be built on a platform of equality and respect, and just everything, the entire thing is going to be different. So that's why I'm going to wind up, not today, but once the book comes out, this is the precursor to the fame. Basically, these are my training wheels. They're trying to get me relaxed in a public setting, kind of among a more friendly, less, they're trying to get me to talk to a specific group who are likely to view me in a friendly way, so that, and they're also giving me a support system. Like, I get that. They're giving me a support system of people who say, oh, good job, you're doing fine, because they know that I'm neurotic and they know that I'm really worried about it. So I thank you tremendously, all of you. If you're listening to this, thank you so much. The guy who knocked on my door earlier today, he said, I was standing there on the sidewalk talking to him, and he said, I had no idea that you lived here. Thank God I know somebody in the neighborhood. I'm so lonely. And I thought to myself, well, you're living at a crack house. Maybe keeping your own company, not a bad idea. But it occurred to me that I did tell him, I said, do you ever go on Facebook? I said, I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't have been able to survive the last 6 years if I mean, the first few years I wasn't on Facebook because I went into hermit mode, hibernating mode. You know, when you're like, you're in full on purge and you can't have anything. And I was just like, I was living in a salt bath, 3 salt baths a day, and just clearing and purging and clearing and purging, and tens of thousands of ho'oponoponos, and, you know, swaying and rocking and pacing and crystals and anything, any tool I could use. You know, I was doing the tapping and the EFT and the, you know, self-Reiki and you name it. The clearing was so intense. The purging was so intense. But then when I finally got back on Facebook, it's like my little foray back into the world, back into social setting, because I lost my whole basically my whole family, and almost all of my friends. I've got like 1 friend left, and I don't even see her very much anymore. Lost my children, lost my husband, lost my house, lost all my first careers. All of that. And God's like, no, you're doing this now. You know how that happens, where it's like, plunk, you're going to do this now. And they send you out. Anybody who's ever gotten a spiritual assignment, it's like, there's no question. You can't be like, nah, I think I'm not going to do it. Like, no, you're going to do it regardless. You know, you can either do it in resistance, which is going to make it harder on you, or you can go with the flow and be on your task, and things, you're going to get what you need, but it's not going to be pleasant. You're going to go through your awakening. but right now it's all hands on deck. But really, I would not, when I finally found my, like there are some people who don't like it when I say my people, but I don't mean it in an ownership way at all. Not at all. I just mean, however, nonetheless, having said that, I will say that I am very protective of people that I love. I really am. I'm very protective. And so like, or people even that I approve of, like I'm not trying to control them or it's not about ownership at all. But like sometimes like the people that I know and I connect to, I'm just like, oh, I just love you. And now I just feel like, sometimes I feel like I'm collecting kittens. Like these people that I meet are like, oh, I just love you. And if anybody ever tries to mess with you, they need to watch out because I don't know. What am I going to do? But like, I do have a certain amount of energetic chops, but they're just people, I just love them. And it doesn't matter if I see you on a it doesn't matter if we're disagreeing. It doesn't matter if you're no longer in my family. It doesn't matter if you're, you know, it doesn't matter. I love who I love. I'm protective of those I love. I give them all the freedom that they want, but it doesn't imply ownership. I just mean that I love you and I approve of what you're doing, whatever you're doing. I just love you. And speaking of her, Ellen Withall just came on too. Hi, Ellen. That's my ex-mother-in-law. I love her too. At any rate, and I still consider people my family. Like I can go years without seeing people. I'm like, oh, you're my family. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I just love you all. It just goes that way. So that reminds me, I was going to talk about what happened yesterday with, I had a session. So, okay, let me back up and give you a little bit of beginning. There was, I have been worried because, and I try not to worry. You know how whatever you focus on, you're going to get. So if you're worried about where your money's coming from, which I've been worried because I was, so many of us on this path have now been unplugged from the third dimension altogether. We've been unplugged from the third dimensional paradigm. So the system, the economy isn't working for us the way it was. The systems aren't functioning. My vibrational frequency is in such a different bandwidth that it is no longer working. The things that should, like, I've had people say to me, well, it should work. Well, if you do this, it'll work. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for the people who have my energetic signature or like mine, or like they have their own, but they're in the same, that bandwidth. There are certain bandwidths that don't go together. So you can't take a high vibrational bandwidth and insist that it go into a third dimensional system. It doesn't work, period. It doesn't work. So I was denied social services when I went, and I was very uncomfortable with social services anyway, but I've also, there are certain things that I can't do now. So I've been trying to find some way to negotiate or navigate the financial system, or somehow support myself, since I'm not, certain avenues of income were denied, so, or closed. So, for a while, I was doing, and I still am doing paid sessions. So, and I'll take anybody who wants to book a session. Please send me a PM if you want a private session, because also stuff's been happening in the private sessions like crazy. We're really making a lot of change. So the private sessions are something that I absolutely love to do. But I'm also doing a lot of pro bono ones because it's, when people need help, you help them, period. One of the problems that we're having with the financial system is, and I'm sure that a lot of you are, if you're somebody who follows my information, you're aware of that this is the problem. It's not just for me, it's for a huge number of people. As your frequency begins to rise, you too are going to go out of alignment with the previous economic model. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to go back. You can't, there's a point that you can't even get your energy, you can't find a way in to like a standard job or whatever. There's a reason. There is actually an orchestrated reason why that's happening. And it's not like God doesn't love you and doesn't want you to be supported. That doesn't happen. It's that there's an alternate support system that we're trying to get into the planet that actually has to do with the prolific circulation of benevolence. And it's a mother-child energy where the same way that you wouldn't charge your child for a service that you know how to provide. You're not going to charge your child for whatever. Like if I'm a hairstylist and my kids need their haircut, I'm not going to charge them. And that's because I love them and I want them to be fed and I want them to have a haircut and I want them to have whatever. What's missing in the economic model is love. It has to be love-based. So we're in this weird transitional phase right now where the third dimensional, where everything was transaction-based. Well, I'm not going to give it to you if you don't give it to me. But what if the person who needs it doesn't have what you're asking of them? It doesn't make any bloody sense. That alone is a bastardization. It was something that was tampered with, where they've taken, you know how they say as above, so below. That's actually true, where the entire, like what the church did when they took Jesus's teachings, which were solid and absolutely and pure, but the church wanted control. Obviously, you all know this, where the church wanted control, and they said, well, we're going to take this and we're going to, we're going to bastardize it. We're going to twist it. We're going to leave enough truth in there because the soul recognizes truth. Souls recognize truth. So you're going to, you're going to experience, you're going to have a real resonance, or those who feel the truth in what Jesus taught are going to recognize that, and we're going to have this powerful magnetic pull toward those words. And what the church did, and I don't mean to lay this all on the Catholic Church either, because it's all organized religions. It's a problem on the planet. All the religions did it. You all know this. I think that you know this if you're listening to my words. This is not news to you. Nonetheless, what they did was make a control system so that they could get the people who were the truest believers. And basically, they have a way of harnessing the energy of those who have the purest energy. That's really what happens, where you take these beings of light who recognize a great teacher, or they recognize truth and they flock there, but their energy is so powerful because love is the most powerful energy, and darkness wants it. Darkness wants to control it. Darkness wants to find a way to utilize it. And this is why you get pedophilia in the church, because it's the purest form of energy is that of the children. Was this what Jesus wanted? Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. So the task now is to find a way to get the crap out so that the pure love remains. So this is what is happening in the world now. We're bringing the world's vibration up, and all of the density, all of the darkness must be released and purged and identified and called out. So there's all of the chaotic circumstances that we're having now on the planet, all of the the crap that's coming up about pedophilia and Hollywood and the violence and the movies and the politics and the fighting 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 and the poison, and Monsanto is poisoning to be what you thought was good isn't. And it's just all of this energy of betrayal and like these 180s. Like, what do you mean? Doreen Virtue, there's another one. Doreen Virtue, and she's all of a sudden a born-again Christian, and she's saying that, what the hell? Every icon is coming, it's being dismantled. The idea of iconship is being dismantled. Every last one. If you had a following, you're being asked, one way or another, you have to come down, because there are no icons in the fifth dimension. What there is replaced with equality, the true knowing that the other being is your equal, but it's also a way more responsibility on the individual, because you can't say, Jesus, you do this for me. I mean, on a certain level, if you get into trouble, which doesn't happen on the fifth dimension, not like it was appropriate to have icons in the third dimension. Praying to Jesus when you're in the third dimension is completely appropriate. But in the fifth dimension, you've gone through a kind of a transmuting process, an alchemical transformation where you have purified yourself with scrupulous self-examination. Where am I carrying darkness? Where am I carrying judgment? Where am I carrying bitterness? Where am I angry? What can I do better? What can I do better? And you call yourself on your own shit and you fix it. You take responsibility for fixing it. Where was I unkind? Fix it. Where can I serve more? Where can I love more? And you fix that. You magnify it so that it's kind of like you set the intention. You make a very clear decision that this is going to be my reality and I'm going to carry it. So I know I'm kind of drifting off topic, but one of the things that I was going to talk about like these identities, like the Christ identity, where in the past it was easy, or we were trained, actually, we were conditioned by society to vilify people who said that they were, speaking for God, the voice of God, or I was Joan of Arc, and so we identify you as crazy and we call you bad. Society conditioned us wrongly to that when somebody became in touch with the God aspect within them, we shut it down. We didn't meet it with open arms and say, congratulations, brother, for witnessing, for taking responsibility, for bringing the word down. Thank you for recognizing that in yourself. That's what really needs to happen. The collective Christ's return to the collective. It's really the triumph of Christ, the Christ body as a collective Christ. The Christed planet, Christ's return is when we all remember that we are each a portion of God. It was never up to someone else. It was always up to us. It was always up to each one of us. So I am never going to vilify someone who says, I was God, I was Jesus, or I was whatever aspect you're identifying, whatever your avenue into that is, celebrate it, grab it. Don't let anybody take that away from you. The thing that darkness wants you to do is deny it. Remember when Jesus was denied, when the soldiers go to anyone who said, do you know this person? Or are you associated with Jesus? Do you know him? And even one of the apostles says, no, it wasn't me. And let fear win. Had a choice in that moment between choosing to walk in fear or choosing love. And fear won, because I don't want the soldiers to get me. So I'm going to say, no, I don't know him. So in that denial, that perpetuates. We need to make sure that going forward, that doesn't happen. So whatever aspect, there are so many people who are saying, especially like these major figures like Mary Magdalene. How many Mary Magdalenes do we know? Tons and tons and tons. And I'm never going to go to an aspect or somebody who says I was Mary Magdalene, or I am an aspect of Mary Magdalene, and say, no, you weren't, because this other person is. Don't do that. When you are an enormous, enormous, infinite being with infinite creative potential, it's your job to go down, especially now, because we came down en masse. No pun intended. But we came down, so many of us, we remember having been called here. We remember. Whether you're from the angelic kingdom, because there are tons of earthly angels now too, tons and tons and tons. Usually it's in one of two. It's not relegated to one of two camps, but there are two primary camps, and there's also like ET starseeds. So maybe three main camps, and you don't have to be in just one of them either. But like there are angelics who came down and took physical incarnation for this reason. Because Earth needed help. We need people to embody the angelic frequencies. So there are Earth angels everywhere. They're walking among us. They're everywhere. They're camouflaged. They look like people. They go into the homeless communities. They, there's a crack house. I learned today there are 2 crack houses down the street from me, according to this guy. So don't think that just because there's a ghetto, there must be no angels there. That doesn't happen. Why would God forsake an entire community? That doesn't happen. What's going to happen, and is happening all over the place, is you will send your strongest pillars. You will send Mother Teresa, who will get the call, who will say, the call to someone like Mother Teresa, who's living in a convent, who is behind walls and very protected and cloistered, who will get the call to say, this is not where your highest service is. You need to go out into the ghetto, into the community that has nothing, and bring them. It's not about recruiting and inflicting your point of view. That's not what it is. It's never about taking their sovereignty away from them. In other words, if I'm making the choice, if I'm, how most of us have had it happen where a Jehovah's Witness comes to our door and just is relentless about, they want us to believe what they think. But what if you have your own relationship with God? And I think personally, I welcome a conversation with them. Jehovah's Witnesses, I used to invite them into the house all the time and have a cup of tea and coffee and cake. And I used to have regular, my Jehovah's Witnesses used to come on a regular basis. And I knew during that period of time, I knew that they were never going to convert me because I'm not a Jehovah's Witness, but I also I've been in the position in my life at times of why sometimes you just want to talk to people about God. Sometimes there's a joy in that. It was never about competition, about like I know some people who somebody told me one time that they used to invite the Jehovah's Witnesses in, and then because they knew scripture and they were going to argue with the Jehovah's Witnesses and start to talk to them about God and get them to change their views. Well, that's just plain friggin' stupid. Why would you decide to go into conflict? Why would you decide to start a war? Don't do that. That's just plain pointless. I mean, if you enjoy an active scripture conversation and you find joy in it and you want to kind of, play, it really depends on what the energy you bring into it is. Like I enjoy a heated discussion sometimes, especially if you're talking about like scripture or theology. I just like talking about God. So if somebody has an opposing viewpoint, I would enjoy that like ping pong, like air hockey. I really like air hockey. You wouldn't think I'd like it, but I do. I like air hockey. But it feels a little bit like that. Like sometimes it's just like smooth and it's just fun to just like badminton a little bit, but not for real. Not for real. Don't start a fight. But unless you have to, in which case I suppose sometimes fights are useful. Only if you get joy out of it. But be careful that it doesn't become a mental quagmire. Like I said to somebody the other day, we were talking, I said, what's I think it's going to be gone in the 5th dimension. Personally, I don't know. this is just pure speculation. I still haven't talked about my list. All the important things I was going to tell you, I haven't talked about any of those yet. But there's this. I was having a conversation with somebody when I was speculating whether in the fifth dimension, if certain things aren't going to be there anymore, and I was wondering if poker is one of them. And I've been I know a lot of people like poker, but I've been kind of musing on for a long time now. I've been looking at certain behaviors in the population, preferences like enjoyable pastimes, and this really goes for it goes for like the choices that you make for whatever entertainment. It's not as benign a choice as you might think. What you decide to do for entertainment. There's really this is so not what I intended to talk about, but it really matters. Like your choices of nourishment. A diet isn't just about what you put into your physical body. It's also what you put into your mind, what you allow yourself to think, the things that the skill sets that you choose to cultivate, because we're stepping into a realm of creation. In the fifth dimension, our thoughts manifest very, very quickly. We don't have to work with material the same way. The time delay is gone. That's major. The time delay, things are shortened. So like in the third dimension, you've got this protective time delay. And one of the reasons that people in the third dimension from that platform, you don't realize that what you think is going to happen. You don't, number one, it doesn't happen. You're not given so much creative potential, creative ability to operate from, if you're still locked in the third dimension with your mentality, a lot of your creative potential is way reduced to prevent you from killing yourself. Because how often, if you gave that creative ability to somebody who didn't know that their thoughts were actually going to create something, you would think about, like, what if I get into a car crash and boom? So that does happen in the fifth dimension. So you have to really be aware of what you're allowing into your head, what you're thinking about, what you do matters. It matters a lot more. You've got to be scrupulous, immaculate with your vibrational and energetic and intentional hygiene when you get to these higher spaces, because things move faster, way faster. So you got to be careful. So I was talking with somebody about poker, and I was wondering how poker is going to be changed. I tend to think, like I had this argument with somebody who said, well, I was saying that I think that poker is one of those games that I think that it's purely a product, personally. I think it's purely a product of the third dimension, and it's a very low frequency game, mainly because you're sitting around with people trying it's building. You have to look at where the energy is going. It's going into inequality. Most of the people at the table are going to lose, and one person's going to get a jackpot. You're taking money from the other people in the group, and you're utilizing things like secrecy and deception. So by utilizing secrecy, deception, and competition, I'm going to see if one person can get the most. And I'm going to, employ tactics like bluffing, which is just lying. So you got to be careful because the first creation is yourself. So everything in the higher dimension, it's going to be an extension of you. If you hear nothing else that I say, you should hear that. Everything in the fifth dimension is going to be an extension of you. You're creating your world, and it's going to come back to you so much faster, almost instant manifestation. So by all means, if you want somebody to compete with you, to lie to you, to take all of your money, somebody that you were friendly with, but you're not going to let them see your expression. You're going to wear these glasses, and one person's going to get everything. Well, congratulations, buddy. You've made yourself into a liar. If you're practicing a skill set that is practicing lying, practicing deception, practicing competition, you're making yourself into someone who can only stay very low in strata. You can't be in the, and it's not that there's any external force that's going to say you're bad and you're staying down there. That doesn't happen. It's all from you. It means it's kind of like if you have made yourself somebody who's very good at deception and values that ability, then that means that everything you put your energy into is going to have a turd in the soup. So people who don't want a turd in the soup aren't going to invite you to partake in that strata. You're not going to be allowed to people who have, who really value hygiene, vibrational hygiene. You can't come into that group. Also, but it's not like anybody's going to exclude you either. It's just that you're going to sink because you're carrying low frequencies. So the first thing you have to work on is not changing the political system so that, because here's the thing, the deception of the third dimension is such that the way the systems are intertwined, it's like a Mobius strip. You know what a Mobius strip is? It's like a loop that has a twist in it. So you think you're on one, it looks like you're all on one, like one side of it, and then it has this twist in it. So all of a sudden it takes you back around and you're on the inside of it. It's something that you can never really get out of. And it's also like a Gordian knot. Remember the Gordian knot from mythology, that it's a knot that cannot be undone? The only way you can undo it is because it tangles back in on itself, and it's just one big knot. So the only thing you could do was slice it with, you could cut into it, but you couldn't untangle it because it was intertwined. The systems of the third dimension are all intertwined like a Mobius strip, and it's designed to be very deceptive so that you think it's going to make it look like it can be solved. And that's really the trick. The way they get you is they allow you enough leeway to make it seem like it's solving a problem, but it's really going to make you rely on another industry that is corrupt. Like the corruption is all intertwined and interrelated. So it feeds on itself. And it feeds on all the people who are trapped in it. And the only thing you can do is to break down all of these systems and start new from a standpoint of creating social institutions that are non-corrupt, but you can't fix the existing ones. That's like, well, we fished the turd out of the soup. Now we can have it. Well, no, you can't. It's still crap soup. You don't want it. It's contaminated. Throw the whole thing out. That's basically what happens. But it's the same way, like you know what it's like. It's like the pharmacy, the medical industry is linked to the pharmaceutical industry, that's linked to, agriculture, that's linked to the institutional system, that's linked to the unemployed, that's linked to employment, and they condition you to believe that you must operate this way to take away all of your choices. So the trick is, how do you get out? So if you're listening to this, you already know all of that, or most of it. And if this is news to you, I'm so sorry. Waking up is hard to do, but it's necessary, and it's going to be much, much happier on the other side. So where was I going with this? I have been debating. This is like the third time I've started to say this. I've been debating whether to tell you about something about this apartment. But I guess I'm just going to say it. So this is what I'm asking of you. What we're trying to, your assistance, I'm asking for the cooperation of this group. I'm going to give you information, and I'm asking that you hear it in such a way. I'm asking you to hear it with ears of trust and do your best to avoid imagining the worst case scenario. Please don't imagine the worst case scenario, because if you imagine, and this is where you get personal, you take a certain amount of personal responsibility for making the world a better place. Where does danger exist? Yes. Does protection and God exist? Yes. And God is actually in all places. But so our job in this scenario is to take command of our own mentality, take command of our own, be wise stewards of our own kingdom, which is ourselves. Everything is going to extend from you. And we are all a group, that everybody who's listening to this is connected in this moment with all of the other listeners. We are a community right now. So if I give you information, I'm putting myself on the line right now. I'm going to give you personal information about me, and I'm asking, and so I'm going to exhibit show you a step forward in the walk of trust. For example, this is something that I have been doing for 6 years, but I have not mentioned it. I haven't mentioned it because I was deliberately avoiding I didn't want to trigger I knew that there was a potential for a negative response from the listeners. And since the listening population, the listening group also has creative potential, what I'm trying to avoid is to have everybody imagine what I'm talking about and imagine the worst case scenario and inadvertently cause the thing that they don't want to happen. Kind of like I used to, I had a friend for a while who every time we went through a bad intersection, she'd say, "This intersection is terrible. It's amazing nobody has an accident. You got to be careful because somebody's going to have an accident. This is a terrible intersection." Well, don't do that, fool. And it's so weird because I used to go through the same intersection every time, and it is a very complicated intersection, but I used to assume, isn't it? Of course we're going to navigate it safely. You have to have conviction and a knowledge that you're being watched out. And she was imagining the worst case scenario. And then I'm going to use her as an example again when I tell you what this is. And what a perfect example. When I go through the intersection, I know that I'm going to go through it safely, and I know that I'm protected, and I know that God is watching me, and I also know that even if I had an accident, it would be toward a purpose. So it's basically going into non-resistance and walking in trust, living in faith. You're not doing something stupid, except for sometimes when you're called to do something where you're called to a choice point. So you're seeing my choice point right now, where I have a choice, but I have a choice right now of stepping forward of going into erecting a barrier, and I'm not going to say something because something bad might happen, and I'm going to let fear win. That's one choice. But I know that we're collectively, you can take that in the bedroom if you want, just this once. Keep it in the bowl. She's eating watermelon on my bed. Oh shoot! She took the watermelon. She brought the dog back out. Okay. If he's a nudge, I'm going to put him back in. So right now you're watching me in a choice point where I am in front of a group confronting this decision. Where do I want to step forward in faith? And I feel so my question is to myself, is it going to serve the collective more? I'm asking myself, how can I serve the most? But without putting myself in, I don't want to be stupid about it. But like in this case, because I know that we're collectively, we are at a collective choice point where there is a substantial group of people who are at a similar crossroads, where now the lesson has to be, how do I navigate when there's no clear path? How do I navigate something that I'm fearful to encounter? So that's really the question. Okay, that's it. How do I go forward and navigate if I have a choice and I don't know exactly what's going to happen? You have to deal with a certain amount of uncertainty, and I'm not sure how to do it, and the icons are gone. So like in the past, a lot of us, when we're faced with something unknown that we're fearful of, and I still do this too, is you ask for help from God. So it's which is appropriate. It's appropriate to do that when you're in a state of uncertainty and fear. So the question is, how do you navigate that terrain where you have to do something, you have to choose? You're at a choice point where you have to choose whether to walk forward and experience something, and experience a certain degree of certainty, take a certain risk or a perceived risk. And, you know, how do you navigate the ratio of risk versus trust? So I guess they're putting me in this position, and I'm going to step into it. So I'm just going to tell you what my situation is. My situation is such that 6 years ago, I was basically put in, kind of backed into a corner by circumstances, where I was placed in this apartment, which I don't like. And I told you, if you were on earlier in this live stream, it's gone kind of long, but I'm in this apartment that it's in a bad neighborhood, not nearly as bad as it used to be. 6 years ago, it was way worse. And there really were drive-by shootings, and you know, there's just a lot. It's a violent neighborhood. And 6 years ago, when I moved in, my guides at the time, because I didn't want to live here, and I was scared to be here, and it doesn't have a garden, it doesn't have nature, it doesn't have any of the things that I relied on for external security. I no longer had a husband, I didn't have my family around me, I didn't have, lost a lot of my friends, didn't have an income, wasn't getting child support, I was getting sued, I was taken to trial, I was falsely accused of child abuse, I was just all sorts of things, everything came crashing down. And then I found myself in this apartment. I've never felt more vulnerable or scared, terrified in my life. And I was going through major purge mode. And also all of the Joan memories came back at that time. And my guides told me if you're someone who is used to to receiving guidance from spirit, sometimes, yes, guides can come in and you don't always know exactly who they are, and that requires a certain amount of discernment. And can they put in thoughts in your head? Yeah. So it's doubly scary at certain levels of your awakening when you're not sure where the voices are coming from, or you're not sure who's talking. It's important to figure it out. But these were guides that I recognized. I knew them. There's a certain energetic signature that I have absolute confidence in. I know them. They're my guides. I know who they were. And my guides came in when the Joan memories came back, and I was put in this position in this apartment. And the information sometimes, for those of you who are in this position now, if you're getting messages, you're experiencing things like this, and I was talking with Maria Therese about it this morning, where she said and I totally agree, sometimes our guides come in and they tell us to do things that do not make logical sense to us if you're coming from a conditioned standpoint. There's sometimes you're called on to do things that from a traditional standpoint make no sense. It seems like it would be the total opposite of what you're supposed to do. And this is one of the biggest steps, is where are you going to listen to something are you going to listen to the voice of fear and all of the people in the, your family and the situation around you and what the culture wants you to do? Collective consciousness tells you, don't do that. You're an idiot if you do that. Everybody knows you do this other thing. But there's this quiet, or sometimes very loud, depending, this quiet guidance that comes in, that starts in you, and you hear it just in your head, but it's only speaking to you and other people can't hear it. And it tells you to do something that is diametrically opposed. That just goes against everything that everybody else is going to tell you to do, but you know that that's the thing. You've got a quiet knowing. And that's really your choice point. Which one are you going to do? And so I still haven't told you what they told me to do. 6 years ago when I moved in, my guide said, you're going to move in this apartment, and it's in a terrible, terrible neighborhood. It is. It's a poverty-ridden neighborhood. It's got a halfway house for people just coming out of prison. That's like right up the street. There's apparently, today I learned out there are 2 crack houses down the road, and I know somebody who's in them. It's a high walking traffic area. It was not, it's just a very bad neighborhood. And so much so that when I moved in 6 years ago, one of my friends drove me home one time, and she said, I'm dropping you off at your apartment, but don't ever ask me to come into this neighborhood again. And then she left me and she drove off. And she's like, I don't like this neighborhood. It's a bad neighborhood. And she was scared of it. And that was understandable. It's not nearly as bad as it was 6 years ago. But when I moved in 6 years ago, my guide said to me, as long as you're in this apartment, you are not to lock your door. Or you're not to lock the door of your apartment or your car. For as long as you live here, don't lock either your apartment or your car. And that advice goes against all common sense. And it scared me. And I didn't want it. And honestly, like where I was living before, I never locked the door. I'm actually somebody that's much more comfortable with having the door unlocked. But because I have a problem with being, I don't like to be imprisoned. It feels like a prison if I can't get out. I always want a free exit. But so they gave me something to do that was actually more in alignment with what I was carrying, which values free exchange. So it made sense that they asked me to do that. But it was still a scary thing. Particularly because I was living with children at the time, and the neighborhood's crap and anybody can walk in. And they also told me, even when you leave the house, you're to leave the door open, not open like wide open, but like you can shut it, but don't lock it. And at first I didn't understand that. I felt like, particularly because there are like sidewalks on 3 sides, and my door opens, it's one room into my bedroom. And it's a straight shot. Like if my bedroom door is open, you can see right into the bedroom. And I didn't want to do that. But that was clearly the directive. And I didn't understand it. And so you go through these periods of time where you're really questioning. Sometimes we doubt God, and we run with these questions like, how do I know that it's an angelic voice? How do I know that it's not? Because are there dark agendas? Absolutely. But I knew that these were my voices. I don't mean my own voice. I mean, I recognized them. I love them. I know them. And they care for me, and they're not going to I trust them. And so I didn't do it. I actually locked my door only. This is so funny. I actually locked my door only one time. There used to be I became friends with he's dead now, so I can talk about him. This old man named Vincent, and he was sleeping either in his car or on his porch, despite the fact that he owned a home, but he was a hoarder and he no longer had any space. And he had lost all the electricity and his wife had died and just his life was in a shambles. He was living in his car. And he just reeked of urine. He was basically homeless because he couldn't go to his home because it was falling apart and he was sleeping on his porch in a pile of leaves or in his car. It was terrible. And he was living in his car with a hound dog too. It's just a bad situation, but he used to come to my house every day. And I invited him in. He was, he asked to sleep on the couch a couple of times, and I clipped his toenails a couple of times because he was wearing sandals in the middle of winter. And I asked him one time how come he was wearing sandals, and it was because he couldn't, whatever. He needed some maintenance, and there was a time, but it got to the point where in my apartment he was coming to the door. He was coming through the door every day. He had stopped knocking, and he wasn't actually he wasn't breaking in. Like, he would knock and he would bring gifts too. Like he would stop at the food pantry and bring us like disgusting cake, but it was a gift, whatever. It doesn't matter. But he was coming by every day. And there was one day that the only day I ever locked the door was when there was one day that I was really just going through stuff and I thought I just cannot deal with Vincent. He also had a severe prostate problem and he used to pee accidentally. He used to pee on everything. He used to use the bathroom like 6 times a visit, and he would leave urine all over the floor. And then I didn't have a washing machine, and I'm like, I can only clean up so much of Vincent's pee. And there was one day that I just locked the door, and that was the only time I ever did it. Because he used to knock, and then I would open the door, I'd let him in, and whatever. But I locked the door one day because I was afraid that I just couldn't deal with him that day. And I was out of paper towels and I was out of all regular towels, and I couldn't have Vincent there that day. So it's the one day I locked the door. And because he would have a tendency to knock, and then if I didn't answer, he would walk in. And sometimes, like if I'm getting another shower or something, I don't want somebody walking in my apartment. And then he didn't actually walk in, but he would open the door. Like, he'd knock and he'd turn the handle and open the door. He was the only one who ever did it, though. And it was because we were friends. So it wasn't like I was ever actually invaded. He never stole anything. So like, the angels were correct when they said your apartment's going to be protected. You and your apartment are protected. As long as you're here. And they said, we're shielding you. We're going to be the protection, but it's energetic protection. Don't you take matters. Don't go into fear and lock your door. So the one day that I had done it with Vincent, it was funny. That's the day he didn't come by. And I accidentally got locked out. I forgot that I walked out to get the mail or something, and I shut the door behind me, and I forgot that the door wasn't open, and I got locked out. And then I was locked out, and I hadn't had a key because whatever. So I wound up having to call a locksmith, and it was a pain in the ass. And then when I came back inside, and that was the one day that he didn't come. And so when I came back inside, my guides who had waited the entire time for me to be alone again. And they said, we knew that you weren't up to a visit from Vincent today, which is why we sent him away, and he went someplace else today and didn't come to you because you needed some time alone. But that tells me that you needed to lock your door, because every time if you lock your door, you're going into fear and you're going to get a negative reaction. You're going to get something that you don't want. You need to listen and trust the path that we have for you. So since then, I haven't locked the door. And here's the thing, or my car. So here's the other funny thing. Remember the friend that I just told you about, the friend who goes to the intersection? She says, it's amazing that nobody has an accident. And she thinks that that's an example of positive thinking. And one day I said to her, you don't know that you can't tell the difference between a positive thought and a negative thought, because that's a very negative thought. One time she said, I said, for example, are you amazed that my dog doesn't implode right now? And she's like, no. And I said, that's because you expect everything to be all right. So if if you're amazed that nobody had an accident, that's because you're secretly expecting there to be an accident. So you're really not having it's not a positive thought if you're amazed that nothing bad happened. But she was at my house. This was a couple of years ago. Oh, that's terrible. I shouldn't laugh, but it really did strike me funny. My friend Sarah came, different, not Sarah Adams. My other friend Sarah came to my house one time, and every time she visited my apartment, she was terrified that something was going to happen to her car. So she didn't park. There are two parking lots. There's one across the street, and there's one right next to me. And she was afraid to park her car in the parking lot because it was merely like 20 feet away. But it was really what it was a bad neighborhood, and she didn't want. She was always afraid that somebody might break into her car. You know these people who are like, there was also a teacher at a school I tried to buy for a while, and it was a country school. And I remember we used to laugh at this because it was this tiny little country school in Riften. And this teacher used to use a club on her car and then lock all four doors. Like, what the hell do you think is going to happen to it? For Christ's sake, you're in Riften. Nobody is going to come and break into your car. And, with all of these other, and the one that's got the club on it. And what are you afraid of? Just, it's fine. It's fine. But in my neighborhood, my friend Sarah had come. And she was so scared that her car might get damaged, that somebody's going to break into her car. She wants to protect her car at all costs. And so instead of parking in either one of the parking lots, she parked directly in front of my door, which is about maybe 4 feet. The road, I mean, you've got my door, you've got the 2 steps down, you got the sidewalk, and you got the street. So she's maybe, 6 feet away from my front door tops. And she parked her car. And then like every 10 minutes, she gets up from the table and she goes out to check her car. And that happened like twice. And her car was fine. And I said, really, I leave my car unlocked all the time. It's fine. And she's like, I can't believe you lock your door and you don't like her car. And I said, no, and I had told her that. She knows that I don't lock my car or my apartment ever. And I said, that's because God has it. They told me that it's energetically protected for a reason. I'm doing this for a reason. It's not just that it's not just about the walk of trust. It's that my energetic signature of trust must be so substantial, and I have to take an action that's in alignment with my knowing that I'm protected and knowing that it is safe to have trust. And it's my own energetic signature that must radiate out and be the dominant. You have to be the dominant tuning fork when you land in these places. You have to be the change that takes place all around you. But someone has to start it. You don't wait for form to dictate the change. By the time it's landed in form, the change has already occurred. So you're going to have to change the energetic platform to allow that to come down. And then somebody has to carry it and have it in the physical world. So that's what I'm doing in this apartment. For 6 years, I haven't locked my door, except for the one time. But when she was checking her car every 10 minutes, she checked it and it was fine. And then she checked it and it was fine. And then in the space of like the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever, because she just kept getting up to check it. Something bad happened yet? Nope. Something bad happened yet? Nope. Just in case, got to check it again. So of course, her car got vandalized. And not only that, it happened so fast. She checked it was fine. And then almost like just when you think it's safe to go back in the water, she opens the door and somebody had ripped and the thing too is that they did it on even more brazen. They did it on the side facing the house. Like they weren't even on the street side when they broke into her car. It happened right, and somebody had to have been standing right in front of my front door when they bashed her car, or they ripped the passenger side handle off. and her car had been I was going to say mugged, whatever the hell you call it when you break into a car. Her car had been broken into, and they ripped the handle off her car. And then she's like, see, I knew it was going to be busted. I was like, I know. But so if you had had trust, your car would have been fine, because my car is parked about 15 feet behind yours. And my car is unlocked with stuff that I've got stuff like a dashboard altar. I've got crystals and statues, and I've got like a little dish of change, and I never lock my car. I just know that it's protected by God. And so there are lots of ways that this can happen. Either so usually what happens is that it's such a high vibrational frequency that it repels lower, for the most part, not all the time, but you're going to be able to field any like the guy who came to my door today. He was not remotely high vibrational, not remotely. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like it's not, but there was a reason for that to happen too. There's a reason for all this stuff. It is safe to trust. So you have to go forward on the energetic platform where you deal with your own fear first. You have to get straight and get right and have integrity going forward first. Starts with you. And if you can just make yourself in alignment with love and say, this is truth, this is my truth, this is what I know, and I'm going to be allowing of differences, but I'm going to extend my knowing of unity. I'm going to extend my recognition that no matter what happens, it's an aspect of God. And I'm here to serve. I'm here to experience the whole, be a part of the whole. And right now, like my job is to be here until it's not. So that's kind of what we're doing in Los Angeles too. Los Angeles needs a lot of work. Where I am, it's a very small city, and that's problems enough. But I know that a lot of this particular group of light warriors are being called to do very similar work in Los Angeles. Because if you missed the earlier part of this message, I would encourage you to go back and watch the beginning, because there's everyone is called here for a purpose. So I would ask of you, with this knowledge that I've just dropped on you, do your best and try to extend this into your own life. Like if there's some point that you're going to be asked to, or if you have to choose between acting out of love and faith, or making a decision that we've been conditioned to act in fear and act in. So I'm not saying that always protection is bad, because sometimes you need protection. But there's energetic protection. That doesn't mean you need to go out and buy a gun. There are different kinds, like there's different, protection means different things in different arenas. So I also wanted to talk about, there's going to be another live stream, I think maybe like tomorrow or the next day. I know that I'm going to be going on with Maria Therese, and then I'm also going to be doing another live stream like this, because there's just a tremendous amount to cover, because stuff has been shifting. And I wanted to talk about, I had a session today with Barb Brew, and I wanted to, that's one that I wish that I had recorded, because I feel as though her circumstance is going to apply to a lot of people. So I think I think Barb Brewer, if you're still on, or if you're listening to this, I'm gonna do another live stream that deals with yours, because I want to make it its own thing. But I do, as long as we're talking about protection and kind of like spirit works with people. This is the way they do it with me anyway. And I can't be the only one. I'm sure it happens to other people. So everything about you is witnessed, is seen. Everything's transparent. Your spirit guides know everything about you. They know where your resistance is. They know where your fear is. They know what worries you. They know what your attributes are. They know where your gifts are. They know what your secret, what you think of as a secret. Secrets are impossible to your spirit guides. They know what you really want. They know what your desires are. They know what you remember. They know what your history is. They know things about you that you don't know yet. They know your Akashic records. They know all of your connections to everybody else, even though you have access to this tiny little, relatively small slice of your own reality or your own history. They have access to everything, and they know everything that you contain. So when your spirit guide tells you that you need to go do this thing and you feel unprepared, that doesn't mean you're unprepared. That means you don't know what you have to work with. A lot of us are getting our previous abilities back. A lot of us are being asked to serve in capacities that like, or stretch our comfort zones and step into a higher level of service so that we can serve more to our highest capacity. There's stuff coming in for me that worries me. I'm trying not to be worried. This is the way it works with me, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. And the reason, I also know that the reason, oh my God, the reason that I will be stepping into a, I don't even know what to call it. The reason that I'm going to be, they're working with me, so they're trying to broaden my tolerance. It's like, I know the game. It's not like I know what they're doing. It's not like I don't see the tactic that they're using with me. I do. And it's just funny because I see it, but I still fall for it every single time. Like yesterday, I think I started to tell you this at the very, very beginning of the call. I think we're like 3 hours in now. Are we? How long are we? Yes, or just about 3 hours. So, but I'll tell you this part because I think it's funny. I was so I'll start at the beginning of my day yesterday. I had been very worried, knowing that I had about $35. And that was it. And a lot of the people haven't been booking sessions, or the number of people who were paying for sessions, there was like a sudden drop off. Like it was picking up for a while, and then there was a sudden drop off. And the sudden drop off, so it's like you meet fear. If you need to go through a certain amount of fear, you're going to meet it in waves, because it's very difficult to go through it in one fell swoop if you have a certain amount of fear to conquer. And sometimes, so you're usually going to get an issue or a problem in waves, or like it's going to come around a couple of times until you really have that avenue down. Like originally when I was first taken to court, I had PTSD, serious past life PTSD, real, like I'm not using that term lightly. It was really intense. I had it from this lifetime, and I also had past life PTSD. And court, if you know anything about the Joan of Arc story, my memories had come back, and I was absolutely terrified. And then I was also falsely accused in this lifetime. I had no business. They had no business taking me to court. But they did. And just going into the courtroom building, I had to, if you've ever experienced post-traumatic stress, it's a reaction that is way out of proportion to whatever the trigger is. So it's not, it's fear that's just way out of proportion. And I was really having that for a while. So where was I going with this? So things are coming back around. So I've been worried about, knowing that, basically, they're trying to remove the support system. Serves a benevolent purpose. It's difficult to deal with, but there's certain, they take away the support system piece by piece by piece. This is what I mean when I say that a lot of light workers are being unplugged from the third dimensional paradigm. The things that work for other people who are still functioning on that level, they don't work for us anymore. This serves a protective capacity too. Is it terrifying? Yes. Does it feel unstable? Yes. That's the only reason it feels unstable is because the structure of the higher dimensional model is not fully established. We're not fully there yet. Is it going to be a way more benevolent structure? Yes, absolutely. It's going to be way more supportive, and it's going to support everybody who's up there. And the reason I always do this when I talk about it is because there's a circulatory system that supports everyone equally. So that's just the motion that comes to mind. It doesn't make any sense at all. And from people who are functioning in the third dimensional model are going to look at people who are, doing the other, and we frequently get accused of being lazy. You just don't want to wait. You just want people to give you things. They try to shame you into doing it the way they want you to do it. They don't yet recognize that they're in a trap, and it's a bad trap, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until they release their hold on, until they let go of it. That's really what has to happen. So, but in the meantime, those of us who are there are those of us who we still have to support our physical existence until we can really be fully operational in the higher structure. So I was worried, and I try not to go into fear, but I've been worried because the money wasn't coming in. The Department of Social Services, all my services were denied. So suddenly I was denied food stamps. I still have a child. My child support, I haven't been getting it. It's only $72 a week anyway. I was originally promised $200, and whatever. There was just stuff that happened, so now I only get 72, but it hasn't been getting to me. So it's like, where the hell? I'm down to $35, and I'm over. Cancel. So there has been no money. So a lot of. So I wasn't sure how I was going to pay my bill. So this takes us back to the walk of trust. One thing that I was told by a number of people, and sometimes, so it's, even though as much as you want to rely on your own authority, sometimes it's understandable to want to look at other people who are kind of on the same strata that you're on and see what's happening. You learn to kind of triangulate data. Like, I look at what's happening with Rick Jewers, I look at what's happening with Maria Therese, I look at what's happening with, once you know where people are kind of in the strata, or where what job they're doing, you can see who's getting the same information and kind of figure out if your perceptions are wrong or what's happening where. Because time gets screwed up when you're off the timeline. And time and space are interchangeable too. So there's a whole bunch of moving data. And in order to keep track of it, it's understandable. It's not giving your power away to check with other teachers or other players or people that you know what they're doing and what their skill sets are. I do this all the time with other people. Thank God for Facebook. Like, who's doing what? And that means that since we're all in a fractal, that means I can probably expect the same kind of thing. And if I'm getting something that's wildly different, which doesn't usually happen, but it tells me kind of where it's coming from. So at any rate, the point was that I realized, and there is also I don't like to talk too much about it, but there really is dark attack. And I have totally experienced really a shit ton of that. Less so now, but it still happens. I know it's a lot less now, but it's still prevalent. But I recognize it for what it is. I handle it differently than, well, I was going to say I handle it differently from what that's not actually not true. But there's a different quantity, and my algebra has changed. There's an algebra to everything. So as my own energy has shifted, the things that are coming at me are different. They're using different. The basic tactic is the same, but the basic tactics that they use are predictable. And honestly, it's the same tactic that the light army uses. It's just flipped usually. There are certain things that the dark forces will do that we don't do. I've said this often, but it's true that the light forces, we take way better care of the dark army than they take care of their own people. It's absolutely true. The dark forces, one of their best defenses is the light side's better nature, because we don't kill them. We like to preserve them. We give them the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, what if they didn't mean to? We're all one. I forgive you. And we let them live. We always do, but they don't do that even with their own people. The dark are, particularly if it's AI or if it's reptilian, they will kill each other right and left. There's no loyalty at all, not at all. They are purely utilitarian, and as soon as you are no longer useful, if they can dispense with you, if they can use you to, you thought you had an ally. If you're in a dark force, let's say you're in a dark force, don't ever expect any loyalty from anybody. I don't care how long you've been serving next to them. If they can throw you under the bus to save themselves, oh my God, they will do it in a heartbeat. So, but the light side doesn't do it. They're like, oh, you poor thing, we'll transmute you and you can join us. But they don't always want to be transmuted. Sometimes they want to infiltrate the light side. So they're like, okay, I'll go with you. I'm going to pretend to be with you. And fuck you. Now that I'm in, I'm going to contaminate the whole thing. I came into the soup, but I'm really the turd. Ta-dam. And now you have to start over. I mean, it's the same tactic. And we take better care of them than they take care of their own army. So that's why a certain degree of separation is useful, because we just need a resting space. Like we need our own dimension. The fifth dimension is a lovely, lovely place. It's not even that it's a place. It's just a frequency. It's just a bandwidth. It's not like we're going anyplace, but there is a way to simply exist there, so you don't have the lower things. You don't interact that much anymore, if at all. But so the way I started to say, I didn't have any money yesterday, and it was really beginning to worry me, because sometimes it's like I'm really not sure what to do. My problem was that I have a storage unit, and I know that on one hand we're supposed to be letting go of as much as possible, but I only I have a storage unit and it's packed, but some of it I could get rid of, but some of it I really need. And I've already lost the vast majority of my possessions, lost all of my my work, etc. I can't really lose that much more. There's stuff that it would cost. I just wanted to keep half of it. It is irreplaceable. I don't have a problem letting stuff go. I have no problem getting rid of stuff. That's not the issue. It wasn't a matter of clutching. It's a matter of like, how do I keep it? Because there's some stuff I really need, and I don't have a place to put it in this apartment. It's only a 1-bedroom. So I was very worried that if I didn't pay my storage unit fee, the guy would take it or sell it or auction it off, and I didn't know what to do. And at the time, I was worried, and nobody had booked a session. But I also need groceries. So it's like both things had to happen at the same time. And I was worried because I only had $35 and I have to pay $135. So I was fearful, trying not to be fearful, but if I'm honest with myself, I'm feeling very apprehensive about how this is going to turn out. And I was doing card readings. What should I do? What should I do? And it kept saying, ask for help. And then I was saying, well, I'm asking you for help. And I've already gone on Facebook to say, I need my bills paid. I don't know what to do. And I was very agitated. And I spoke yesterday to Sarah Adams in the morning. And I'm usually not as frazzled, but in that moment I was. I said, I'm really worried. And she was having she said, well, I'll book a session with you. I'll pay for your storage unit and you can do a session with me. So that was perfect. That was exactly the kind of solution that I couldn't have predicted, but it came up all at once. And I was like, thank God, that takes the pressure off of me. And plus I can help you. So I worked with her for just a little bit. And then, so here's where it gets wild. And this is just the way spirit works, right? Like spirit has your back, but it's going to have your back in a way that you couldn't predict, in a way that's kind of this wild card spinning thing. It reminds me a little bit of the teacups, and with such a me analogy to use an amusement park ride again as an analogy, but it's like the teacups in the Magic Kingdom, where everything's just moving around. It's moving around, and it's moving around in multiple kinds of circles, and everybody's getting dizzy. But in order to get everything to align, and boom, it all falls into place. And wasn't that magic? And yes, it was. It was just bloody magic. Because during the time that I only worked with her for like 15 minutes. And then there's something about the fifth dimension where things will fall into your lap very spontaneously. That's one of the hallmarks of the fifth dimension. Things will fall into your lap so quickly that you never could have predicted. And then it just wasn't ready before. Like everything's in constant motion, constant shuffle mode. So yesterday, mid-call, like 15 minutes into the call, all of a sudden, you know Sarah Adams, if you've ever watched Sarah Adams, it's like so spontaneous. She's just loopy. I love her. She's a spiritual master. She's just one of those spiritual masters. But she's like somewhat loopy and off the wall. Like she'll just take off on like this weird tangent. Like she'll be talking about, I don't know, some Andromedan formula and the mother matrix and the whatever. She's got like all this scientific stuff, and then all of a sudden she'll be like, you want to talk to my frog puppet? This reminds me of a song. And she just goes off into this thing. But then I don't know, she just has this scope, and she knows everybody. And she's just gonna bring magic. She's amazing. So all of a sudden, in the middle of our sessions, so off the wall, so spontaneously, she says, I think we should have, I think I'm gonna, let me just see if my friend Heather is available. I think I'm gonna bring Heather in on this call. And I've never heard of this person ever. I'm not friends with her on Facebook. I've never heard of this person. She's like, oh, she's a powerhouse. You'll love her. And she brings this person in on the call. So I didn't know at the time what a gift this was going to be for me. This is the way spirit works. I had no idea this was coming in. And so she rings this person who had no foreknowledge that she was going to be called. And she answers the video call. And how many people do you know that get a spontaneous video call and decide to answer it? Like, I don't usually do that. I like to know when my video calls so that I have, I don't know. I don't even particularly care about hairbrush, but you know what I mean? Like, I want to make sure I'm dressed. But this woman, Heather, answers, and she's in a state where I recognize the energy. I didn't recognize her because we've never met before, but I recognized the energetic signature of her circumstance. And that really, it was something that, you know how every person has I hesitate to call them, it's not vulnerable. I don't want to say that it's a vulnerability, but something that like I know with me, spirit knows how to get me every time. They know certain things that I can't resist. I can't resist. I can't resist it. They will give me something like here's a person who's in trouble and they're hungry, and plus there's usually they give me some kind of time frame. Like there's a short, you have a short time window. So, and I'm like, oh, I dart in. They're trying to get me to jump in, to leap in, to do something. And in that way, so I play this, I allow my spirit guides to lead me in this way because I know that they know this about me. And I also know that it's not a matter of victimization. I gave myself these qualities when I came into this life because everything is a choice. So I know that I gave myself in order to do my job that I came in to do in this lifetime, I made sure that I had certain qualities. And one of them is I'm just carrying this very strong urge to make sure, like, I'm very protective of certain people or certain circumstances, or, it's like, if you've ever met somebody who like, they can't pass by, like my father was like this, like he couldn't ever pass by a dog. He could never walk by, he could never walk by a dog. If he saw a dog, he'd have to go through traffic, do whatever to go over and pat that dog. It doesn't matter how many blocks away it is, it's still walking away from you, but he has to go he had to go pat the dog because he just has an irresistible urge to do this thing. So my guides know this about me. And so yesterday when this woman came on the call, suddenly she answered the call and she was in a state of agitation, and that I recognize. She did tell me, but she didn't even really have to tell me. Instantly, you can see what's happening. And if you're somebody who can sense energy or who can see it, you can see what's happening in this person's space. And this woman, Heather, was under dark attack. And she said, and it's very true. And this was absolutely true. She looked like somebody, if you're listening to this, Heather, take this the right way. Because I'm not saying she looked bad. I actually thought she was quite beautiful. But she looked like the energy was that of somebody who is under attack of dark forces. There's something that happens to you when you're under a lot of stress and darkness is around you. There's just a signature in the air that is very easily recognizable. And it's not spooky to be able to have this ability. It's the same way, like smell is invisible too. But can you imagine the smell of the detergent aisle in the grocery store? It's something very distinctive. It smells different from another area of the grocery store, which might have its own, there's a characteristic quality. So the energy that was around her has this quality that says this person's being preyed upon. And then it's a certain kind of, there's like an energetic platform or all around that it's frantic and it's scary. So when she came on, she said, I'm under surveillance, and they have this building surrounded, and they've been leaving poison out for her cats. Every day she goes out and there's like poisoned food, and there's just all sorts of other things. She was saying, like, somebody severed the wires underneath her car. They had to crawl underneath her car to get to these wires that have been cut. And the more she talked, I was getting, I didn't detect any deception in her, but I was seeing the area or the energy that's going on around her. And I'm thinking, yes, this is true. This is true. She's telling the truth. And all around her, like, I was also like looking at she's got a lot of cats, and I was looking at the energy of her cats and kind of triangulating data. And also her window was broken, and somebody had broken her window in the bathroom. And so there were just all sorts of these things that there was a pressure. They were trying to psych her out. They were trying to do certain things. She is also, and the reason that she was targeted, so this is something I was going to discuss. The reason she was targeted in this way, and it was really happening, they were assaulting her with dark forces, and she was fending for herself and doing an incredibly good job, I might add. And that's why, like, you recognize these people sometimes. They're like, wow, you are a light warrior. And it was kind of like coming across somebody who's like in a foxhole or something, or like you're in a trench and they really have you surrounded. And so it was so interesting that all of a sudden, the way spirit works, spirit takes the path of least resistance, right? So there's an event going on, and she's in Ohio, this woman. And she's also she's the guardian of a Native American burial mound. And she's also like, I feel like she should have like this wild title, like, I don't know, like Mother Goddess, protector of the staff of peace and guardian of the sacred mound, or what was it in Star Trek? Luxana Troy, holder of the sacred chalice of Reese, or whatever. She always used to have this long title. I feel like that's what this woman should have, but her name is Heather. But she does have this position where she's been doing this phenomenal job on the earth. And when I talked to her for a long time, and she was telling me all of these things. Those of us who do this work, where we're being moved to take these actions and do this stuff, and in the light army, we're doing so much. We're so busy, and so many of us are physically isolated. Stop it! I'm going to have to put you in the room. We're physically isolated from one another, and we're just doing these weird jobs that don't make any sense, and people call us crazy, and we recognize one another, but the people who aren't doing the same job think that they identify us as crazy. And at any rate, so it was interesting. The way spirit works is it takes the path of least resistance. So she was in a position yesterday where she needed reinforcements. And it wasn't because she was weak. It was actually because she was one of these people who is like, she's got her tool set. She has got her skill set in place. She is this mighty warrior. And that's why they sent so many dark agents to you to do all these things. And so this was one of the ways it helped me. So, if you've been watching my work, if you have been watching my live streams, you know that I haven't wanted to talk about, even though I talked about the Joan of Arc identity, I did so very reluctantly. And one of the things that I really didn't want to do was talk about like battle tactics. I didn't want to talk about war. I didn't want to talk about all that. I just didn't want to talk about it. I know that it's part of my future. I know that it's coming. I know that I don't have a choice in that matter. But sometimes you're like, yeah, I know that I'm on a water slide and there's only one way it can go. I recognize this and I know where it's headed. But sometimes if you're in resistance to something and you just really are squirming, you just really don't want to do it. So I know that I've been carrying this energy of just don't make me go. I don't want to talk anymore about battle tactics. Or whatever, war or the war again. I really just want to go to 5 and I want to be happy and I want to recreate something, but I wish I didn't still have to. I don't want to talk anymore about polarity or, the war of dark and light. And I just want this job. I want to put this job down so bad. So I have been avoiding talking about, the walk of trust, battle tactics, but I do know honestly that is my job, and they're trying to get me to talk about it. They're trying to get me to go back into that space. And it has to be an agreement, right? Because they're not going to, yes, they can force you, but they can force you by way of a tower moment that forces you to do something you didn't want to do. So yesterday I got this thing where I think if you follow the course of events, the way spirit works is that it's in a way you're kind of being forced by circumstance to do the thing that you weren't going to do. So they arrange people in your life to get the circumstance to go, so that you're going to be forced by circumstance to do the thing that you were so reluctant to do, and then they're going to find a way to get you to agree to it. So what our best avenue is to just see that for what it is, and learn to go with it and say, I see what you did there. And so yesterday when this happened to me, I saw it, but I did laugh about it. I said, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. You got me to go do this thing that I always said I wasn't going to do, but I jumped right into it. And because when this woman came in, and she was in the position that, my God, I have certainly been in. It's a position that I recognize. I have a great deal of sympathy for it. This is somebody who is being attacked by darkness. You're holding the fort down by yourself. It feels like the entire world is against you. She's on this terrain. She's guardian of this area. She also showed up wearing, so funny. She didn't know if we were going to have the appointment. I didn't know we were going to have the appointment. She shows up wearing a fleur-de-lis ring. And then she tells me about a visit that she went to the St. Joan of Arc church a couple of blocks away from her, where she had a vision of Joan of Arc. And then there was this light mist of golden oil that she said felt like an anointing. And I thought, oh, I'm sure it was. And we were meant to work together. And my guides are trying to get me to go do this thing that I don't want to do. So even though I talk about the Joan of Arc identity, because I know I have to, and I talk about it in these live streams, she and I were not friends on Facebook, so she doesn't know about it. And I almost never, just rarely, do I talk about the identity in my personal sessions. But I was moved to tell her about it, because I recognized why I was there as soon as she came on. It was kind of like somebody who's under fire. And I recognized that when Sarah Adams suddenly brought her onto the call, suddenly Sarah Adams said, well, I think I'm going to go take a nap. And she's like, I'm going to leave the two of you. I'm going to go take a nap. And then this woman and I are now having a session, having never met before, but she's kind of under fire, and I'm here, and I recognized why I was there. So one of the first things I said was, okay, I see why I'm here, and I think that I should tell you that I'm Joan of Arc reincarnated, and my energy has been come to help you in this moment, because you're under energetic assault, you're under dark attack, and you're holding down this fort right now. And so we're going to address these issues right now. You're being granted, or not granted is the wrong word. It takes the path of least resistance. So when she is sending out an energetic signal that's like, oh crap, I'm under attack, I need help, she's doing everything that she can do. She has a skill set. She's been utilizing all of her protection spells and all of her spells, whatever energetic work that you would do if you knew what you were doing. She's done all this stuff. But they have her surrounded. They have her surrounded. They have identified her correctly as a threat to the establishment, and she is. So we talked a little bit about that, but it's funny, because as soon as our energy connected, energy came through me. A huge amount of energy just came through me, and it filled up her apartment. Like when we first got on the call, the energy of her apartment looked one way, and it was blotchy and kind of dark. Like it looks a little bit like an X-ray. There are just light parts and dark parts, but things are moving, and it's just energy moving there. But there's conflict energy there, and there's fear energy that's prevalent, and it's just kind of moving. About 10 minutes into the call, maybe a little bit longer than that, maybe half an hour, I suddenly looked at the screen, and behind her, it's not bright light, but there's like, it's suddenly full. It's like there's no more darkness in there. They have you. Like I don't mean darkness have you. I mean like it's kind of like the light forces, the light army. It felt like, it looked to me like her whole property, her whole arena was full of and I mean full, like packed sardine full of it looked like a bit how do I want to say it, like a battalion of lined up soldiers, light soldiers, not people, but like light beings, but just chock full. It felt like it was thick with it. Like I could no longer see the wall behind her, because suddenly there was just stuff between her. She was just surrounded by light, and that energy came in as soon as I connected. I was like, okay, you're protected. We're going to take. So there was an agreement that came through me. It was an agreement so that this is the way that it worked for me, because I needed to go back into this space where I was willing to assist a battle with spiritual advice. So somebody who needs help, this is the place where I have been very reluctant to go back into. I don't want I don't mind spiritual warfare if I can stay out of sight, but I don't want anybody to know who I am if I do it. So I've been really struggling with these issues, and I've been carrying a lot of reticence. I've been carrying so much resistance and fear to having that position. It needed to be healed. But in order to do that, they're not going to force me to do it, because that's force and that's not the way God works. Sometimes it can happen that way. But I know that what they want from me is to step into it from a place of love and service. That's what they're asking me to do. Step into this role from the place of love and service, because otherwise they don't want to force me to do it, because if I'm carrying resistance, then my service is going to be contaminated. Because everything is going to be an extension of you. So if you're taking an action, particularly if you're moving out of your own fearful space, you're transmuting your own fear and saying, I am fearful, but I'm going to take this action in love anyway. That's what I did yesterday. So I was suddenly left alone. We're at a conference, suddenly I'm on a conference call with a stranger who's under dark attack, and our common friend leaves. And, but I felt very called to help, and I actually felt very eager and very, very willing and very, very, very eager to help, because it's kind of like I recognize like that. I almost can't avoid going in there to pick that up, because I don't like that. I don't like it when people are attacked by darkness. She's doing a phenomenal job. She's bringing only benevolent service to the planet. They have already attacked her finances. They've attacked her car. They've attacked her cats. They've attacked her house. They have her surrounded. There's surveillance outside. Cancel. So all of this stuff, we went in yesterday with light forces, and we filled up her apartment with light. We surrounded the perimeter with the same thing that we did at my house, this house. And it really has to, the only way that works, so it's not going to work if you say, I'm going to protect my house with energy. It's understandable, but it's not going to, there's a ratio of love and fear, and you absolutely have to know yourself well enough. It's not that you have to be so fearless, because it's not like, if you feel fear, it's not going to be enough to merely pretend that you don't feel fear. And I'm just going to, like, sometimes that can be a tactic, like the whole thing of, like, fake it till you make it. That's a skill set that's a tool that you need, and it's useful sometimes. So I wouldn't tell somebody that doesn't work, because there are times when that's exactly what you want to do. Fake it till you make it. Just pretend until you get it. There are times when you can use that. But there's also a time when at least here's the thing, if you're using that tactic of fake it till you make it, make sure that you're not deceiving yourself. You have to know that you actually are fearful, and you have to have enough, take a relentlessly honest self-inventory. So you know where you're not, make sure you're not buying into, some line of bullshit that you're feeding yourself. If you're fearful, it's more useful to identify fear within yourself and say, shit, I'm terrified. I'm terrified. I'm absolutely terrified of this. I don't want it. And at least in the honesty, you're loving yourself, so you've already raised your level of love. Your love for yourself has got to be primary, but that doesn't mean and I'm not saying that you should always pretend to be fearless. That's the ultimate goal, but you can't pretend that your fear doesn't exist if you still have it. What you actually have to do is work through it. Merely denying that you have it, cutting it off and refusing to deal with it, that's going to bring you way more problems down the road. All you've done, if you do that, all you've done is not only have you delayed the inevitable, but now it's infected and worse. It's like treating an oil spill with another oil spill. You haven't solved anything. You have to know when you're scared, and then monitor your own level of love versus fear, because it's like a scale. And in order to get, kind of get the, how do I want to say this? Because it could vary with, because it could vary with circumstance. And there also, here's the thing, there's just a way to play it. Like all of the rules going up, when you leave the third dimensional rule set, the third dimensional paradigm, that operates with a certain system of rules that everyone knows, and everybody kind of polices everybody else. And the first thing we need to do is get through the belief barrier that says that's the only way to do anything. You have to be willing to depart from the way things are traditionally done in order to get any actual progress. And this is one of the reasons things like the educational system and especially like the legal system, if everything is predicated by only what has gone before, you're always going to be perpetually on the wrong side of history. You're not going to be able to make something new from old ingredients. If you want actual change, you can't use the previous, you need to know what went before so that you can create something that doesn't do that again. At any rate, where was I going? Oh, levels of fear and levels of love. So yesterday, when I was talking to this woman, Heather, the way spirit got me to act is they suddenly dropped somebody in my lap. So if I had had time to think about it, I might have tried to find a way around, or you know what I probably would have tried to do is figure out what I was going to do ahead of time. And I would have had time to worry about it. And I would have had time to try and figure out with a way that was going to work, but they didn't give me that. They gave me actually the better solution for me, because it was just to plop something in my lap and have my automatic tendency to jump in and help be the love force that propelled me forward on the correct path. It helped me. My immediate tendency was to go toward love rather than to go toward fear. If I had more time to think about it, I would have been much more in fear about, I don't want to go back into fighting dark forces, and I especially don't want to do it, with my identity known. I just don't want to do that. But that's why they relied on what my inherent tendency is. My first tendency, if I'm not in my head, if I'm coming from my heart, which I usually am, but I get caught up, like so many people, we get caught up in the mentality of like, how is this going to happen? I have to wrap my head. I have to figure out what's going to happen. And that's what's going to lead us astray. If you go from your heart, the new navigational system in the fifth dimension is all heart-based. So it's going to make, very often we're going to be called on to do things that don't make logical sense. Nevertheless, in the fifth dimension, that's what's going to work. And you're going to have to learn to do that by kind of trial and error. You're just going to have to learn to test this, feel it out. And then there's a way of walking in trust So you're going to have to take a step forward before you know what the outcome is, before the circumstances, before the energy has coalesced into a form of your liking that you made with your own intention, before you know for certainty what's going to happen. It calls on you to walk through an area of fear and uncertainty while not being overtaken or not being stalled or knocked back by fear and uncertainty, because this is the belief barrier. This is the thing that the place where you're going to meet the greatest resistance is when you no longer have you've left your comfort zone. So that's kind of its own fearful space to a lot of people. But you have yet to see for certain where you're going. So that's an additional certainty. So that degree of fear, when it hits you, most of the time, or often, I shouldn't say most of the time, because what we say matters, and there are more, truthfully, there are more and more and more and more of us who are taking that route, who are going through the fear basically to the promised land, to the other side of fear. You become fearless, and then you can walk in a space where you don't know exactly what's going to happen, but nevertheless you are no longer fearful. But that comes with practice. So in order to get good at it, you have to start. You have to take the risk, and you have to learn a little by little by little by little. Your steps in that direction are going to become a little bit bigger, and then you're going to gain confidence over a matter of time, and you're going to start to do a little bit more. And then it's just going to wind up accumulating. And then pretty soon you're like, hey, I know how to do this. I've learned how to do this. So what's going to happen is that your challenges are also going to increase, because when you go up in vibration, when you go up in spiritual maturity, with maturity comes more responsibility. That's just the way it is. That's the way it is in the third dimension too. With physical maturity, you get more responsible for yourself and others. With spiritual maturity, you're more responsible for yourself and others as well. So it's going to be important going forward that you learn how to navigate uncertainty and how to walk forward even though you're fearful. Don't let it stop you, because there's a ratio. So you're going to need at least 51%. You're going to need at least 49. If you can get through it, if you're willing to go forward on that with that much fear, there's a ratio. It's going to be like 49% fear, 51% trust and faith. Even if you have that, as long as you have a majority of faith and love and trust, it's really the walk of trust. Trust requires a space. It asks of you something that's hard. It's hard. It's a spiritual challenge to trust something, because you don't know what's there until you know what's there. So on some level, it's easier. It's easy for me to say, because I've been up to the 12th dimension. And so in a lot of ways, I have it much easier than a lot of people who have no idea what's there. Like I talked to somebody, I know somebody about 6 years ago, somebody said, or did I read this? This might've been something that I read. And I wasn't aware that I thought that this person, you ever know, like you're used to talking with certain people who are kind of like in your group, and you expect a certain amount of familiarity with like the same, you kind of sometimes take it for granted that other people have the same worldview. And so before I realized that this person and I were not quite on the same page, I thought we were on the same page. And so I had made some mention of pre-existence, like how we choose our parents, like we choose our circumstances. And this person had said, what do you mean we choose our parents? Well, how can we choose our parents? And I did such a double take, because I suddenly realized, and then he later on I read something that he wrote, like, nobody can, and it really made me laugh. It had been so long since I had, and we were friends, like, and it really bent my head, like, how did I not know that you were still so asleep? You haven't woken up, like, you don't know this. This is like the most basic thing. But it also struck me to, I had such sympathy and compassion for this person when I suddenly recognized, because I recognized them on a soul level, but then they didn't know me. So it was weird. And then they said, well, and they said it with conviction too. This is why it was so funny. They said, well, nobody can know what's beyond the physical form because we experience the world through our physical form. So anything beyond the physical form is pure conjecture. And I was like, I didn't even know what to say to that, because when you, like, first of all, that's just not true. And when he said it to me, I was like, I leave my physical body all the time. All the time. I do it all the time. In fact, I had a horrible time finding my body and even getting back to it. I don't experience the world through my physical form at all. I mean, barely, but it's really the least of my senses. Most of my experience, especially at that time, I was barely attached to my physical body at all. Most of my awareness was way the hell out. And I almost never entered into my body. And if I did, I only went into like maybe 40% of it because I hated it. And this person, in comparison, their whole world was built around their physical experience. They had been a competitive gymnast. They were very physically oriented. So it was like, and I just wasn't, like, I didn't understand that as much as he didn't understand what I was talking about. And I was like, wow, I just did not even know you were there. I didn't even know what to do. But it struck me so funny to have him say this with such conviction, because that's like saying, that's like somebody who's sitting at the kitchen table who's saying, well, nothing exists apart from this kitchen table. It's not like it's impossible to know what's any place else since there are no other rooms. And meanwhile, it's my house. And I'm like, are you kidding? You're only in the kitchen. I spend more of my time in the bedroom than I do in the kitchen. I can take you in the bedroom or the living room right now. Why don't you just, it requires you to get up from the table. You can't be adhered to your own vantage point and insist that you're going to stay there because it's the only real thing. And basically, if somebody's doing that, let them have it. I don't mean let them have it like, I mean, let them have it like, just let them sit at the kitchen table. At some point, you're going to die, and then you're going to discover that there's actually a whole other series of realms. There's tons and tons of space. There's tons of possibility. And by no means at all are you reduced to living in this little box that you've decided is a must. And it's the only choice. The only thing to do is to live this. And that's just not true. There's a whole quantum field. There's actually infinite potential. And the only people who really, what really happened is that somebody decided that it was easier to control you if you were sitting at the kitchen table. So we're going to tell you we're going to convince you and manipulate you to be under our control by telling you that this is the only way to do it. And and then they also, yes, it's also a matter of, like, they put fluoride in the water and Monsanto and whatever, I'm sure most of you already know the way this happens, that you've been conditioned to stay in a workforce. You've been conditioned that things can only work this way, and that's not true. There are tons of possibilities. So when I met with this woman yesterday, energy takes the path of least resistance. So the way energy flows, it flows like water. So people who are used, it's a totally different navigational system. So the way energy flows is we look for an avenue. We look for freedom and an opening. In order for us to go forward, we need an open space so that we can go through and navigate. We need freedom in order to flow. And that's why when they want to shut us down, they'll put up barriers, because we can't get through barriers. Water doesn't go through there. It goes around. It'll take a circuitous route. It'll take the path of least resistance. So when this energy stream needed to get to this woman who needed energetic reinforcement from the light side moves the way energy moves. The dark side, well, let me rephrase that. Because the dark side is energetic too, and they send, like, they navigate that way too if they're using energy, and also light can condense into energy, into physicality too. But people who are coming up from a physically based reality or a viewpoint, a belief system that says, I'm not going to believe it until I see it in form. Their challenge from that perspective is to believe in something that they can't see, that's just a challenge for them. And in order for them to feel safe, they tend to need to see something substantial in a physical form before they're willing to set foot there. They need something solid for them to feel safe. The opposite thing is true for those of us who are coming from an energetic perspective. We do not feel safe as much when we're purely in that level. We feel confined and imprisoned by form more. So what we're really after is a merger of the two. The balance is going to be, and that's really the sweet spot. The sweet spot is right in the center, where you have enough physical presence that you can fully be embodied, you can fully be grounded, you can control the environment in a physical way around you, but you're fully connected to the energetic realm. You know how to wield it. You're in full command of the energy, and that's when you can really command the external environment, because energy produces form and not the other way around. Form does not produce energy. Form is at the effect of energy. Everything that's an actual physical matter is energy that is photons that have coalesced in a particular configuration, and it's a particular combination of frequencies. So whoever controls the energy controls everything. So there's you can manipulate form if you can manipulate the energy. So that's why the wars on Earth, as mighty as some of them have been, pale by comparison to the galactic ones, not only because of scale. Well, largely because of scale, and it's just a different thing. It's the wars on the planet are for matter and substance, and the real war, the real conflict, the real competition is for energy. So what they're trying to do, what the dark forces and light forces are really battling over, is who controls the consciousness of the planet. Because once you free the consciousness of the people once you have gotten past the belief barrier, that's really what's stopping almost everything. Because people tend to recreate, tend to take themselves back into the direction that appears to be safe, but is actually a trap. People tend to gravitate toward familiarity. So if you have always been kept in a prison, it's going to feel safe to you, but it wasn't. It was still a trap. So one of the gifts, actually, of, and I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking from a purely energetic perspective. One of the gifts of the Trump presidency is creating, basically it has forced the previously energies that were previously able to hide, they were able to remain unseen, and as a consequence, they weren't dealt with. It's like the prejudice was always there, the hatred was always there, the judgment and the war energy, all of that conflict was always there, but it appeared as though everything was okay, so nobody was dealing with it. It's helpful if you recognize that as a gift. It's more, I'm not saying you have to agree with any of the policies, but if you can so it's always about what you're doing yourself. If you are somebody who watches the news and you get very upset at the conflict that something you see is out there, you see something on, let's say you're somebody who watches television, and you see something that's a conflict and you allow it to get you upset. So on one level, that's helpful, because if you can be triggered, that means there's something in there that needs to be dealt with, and you could be purging for the collective. That's something that's useful. But do it from the perspective of being conscious and aware about it. And you can just kind of witness your own state and say, here I am getting very upset because there's a conflict and it's triggering something in me that I need to deal with. And if you recognize that it's not yours, you can still contribute by feeling it and transmuting it by saying, I'm going to appreciate what this is doing. If I don't appreciate the fight, or appreciate appreciate the tactics used, or appreciate the policies that are being enforced, you could be in disagreement. That's fine. But don't just watch if it begins to pull you off of your own center. Because if it begins to do that, you need to just realign yourself. You're more used to the light army. If you're not sometimes you need to back off and go into a peaceful place. That's useful. Everybody needs to do that from time to time. But then what we really need is people who can remain stable and peaceful while being in a place where there's a lot of conflict. A place where there's a lot of conflict, that kind of region, the last thing it needs is another person who's also in a state of conflict and who's not upset. You don't want to add another upset person to an issue that already has a lot of upset people. That's how wars get amplified. What you need to do is be able to maintain safe is the wrong word, maintain a very stable field of compassion, love, and peace, while still walking in a place of tremendous conflict. And by looking at something, when you can, you're in a place of real sovereignty, when you can you can witness something where without ignoring the facts. You need to be able to look at the facts and say, I see this conflict, I see what's going on. It's a very disturbing circumstance, like the thing that I always judge this in myself, I gauge it, because there's almost nothing that makes me more upset than pedophilia. Ritualized child abuse really upsets me. Any kind of child abuse really upsets me. Pedophilia in the Catholic Church, huge trigger. But I also know that so it would be easier for me to avoid it. It would be more comfortable for me to avoid it. But I also know that, especially given my history with my combination of energies, the particular ingredients that I'm carrying energetically, because I care so much about this particular issue, there is no one that has a greater duty to address it. So as much as I never want to go back and deal with any child abuse or child imprisonment, etc., 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 do I know that this is something that I'm going to tackle? Yes. So this is one of the reasons why we're putting a lot of people in California. Because there's a certain amount of backup that we're establishing there. We're establishing a backup network so that it's kind of like you go in with a team. You don't go in alone. If you know that you're going to experience this thing, it's as much for me, like I'm going to be stepping into the public eye. It may not be necessarily Los Angeles. I'm probably going to be delegating a lot of things. I'm already delegating a lot of things that I used to carry. And that's because everybody, if you're in the light army, you're being called to purge your own crap and then step into a higher degree of service than you were previously in. If you were previously, cleaning the chapel because that was your service, you were whatever you were doing, you're being asked to increase it. Doesn't mean you have to stop what you were doing before, but in many cases it does. In many cases, I use this example a lot, but like if you were somebody who previously was doing individual sessions and you were a Reiki master, your next highest level of service may be to be working with groups, or maybe you're going to be somebody who previously wasn't doing individual sessions or wasn't a Reiki master needs, it's not like we can't have more of them, because we actually need as many energy healers as we can get, but you're going to be moved out of the, probably there's a likelihood that you'll be asked to relinquish your previous place and sometimes your comfort zone. You're going to have to step out of your comfort zone and step up, and because everybody, it's learned to clear fear. You've learned maybe to walk forward in service, even though you don't know where you're going. And even though you're still scared, you're still feeling a lot of fear, but you're going to go do something anyway. That is a service to the rest of us. That is the gift. And you're practicing it so that you can be the one who radiates that frequency, so that you can then teach others how to do it, because nobody's getting out of this job. Everybody is learning, or must learn, to filter out that fear, because you can't like in the fifth dimension, there is no fear. So you can't be a fearful person and go someplace where fear doesn't exist. If you went there, fear would exist there and you would wreck the world. So you would wreck I don't really mean you'd wreck the world, but you know what I mean? You'd be a turd in the soup. So you're not going to be allowed to go up into a higher vibration until you've done the work yourself. So whatever darkness you're carrying, that's what needs to go. And it's no picnic. You can't pretend that you don't have it. You can't pretend it away. Listen to that part again. You can't pretend your fear away. Sometimes you can approach a given task by faking it till you make it. And I do that sometimes too. Like when I had to go on the live stream, I'm like, oh, it's okay, I'll be fine. And inside I'm like, oh shit, I don't want to do this. I hate this. That happens. There's a time for facades and bravado and leaning on something that's not really as stable as it appears. There's a time when you can convince yourself if you're in a pinch, but make sure that you're not doing that in the deepest level where you're convincing yourself that don't hide from yourself. Not really. What was the other thing I was going to say? I was going to use the analogy of Maurice Brown used to say, my painting teacher. He used to say that the sweet spot of painting, the place where you're trying to get to, the whole process of painting, which is very much like any creative endeavor, requires us to have to balance two things that are in opposition of each other. They're in opposition to each other. It's one of those spiritual paradoxes where opposite things exist in the same space, and you have to learn how to allow both things to exist in the same space. One is a state of uncertainty, and one is a state of certainty. So he used to say that painting, in order to paint well, it was just like standing with 1 foot on the boat and 1 foot on the pier. Like 1 foot on the rowboat and 1 foot in the pier. The foot on the rowboat is all about the rowboat side is in constant motion. It's not stable. It's in constant motion, and you have to constantly keep rebalancing it. The foot on the pier is all stability, and you have to have 1 foot on the boat and 1 foot on the pier in order to balance both of them. So going into the fifth dimension is like keeping, it's like having the majority of your weight in the boat and learning how to navigate that. When we're fully in the fifth dimension, we're going to be all boat. It's going to be all on the water. And that's really the state. So that's like a whole other lecture, but that's when we're getting into really walking on water. The process of walking on water is creating from a space of constant uncertainty where it shouldn't hold you because it hasn't even manifested into form yet. But because of your own conviction, your own certainty in your own abilities, it requires you on that level in order to walk on water, or it's a metaphor for walking in uncertainty where you don't know what's going to hold you. By the looks of it, nothing should be there to hold you. And yet, by virtue of your own conviction, your own certainty, your own trust, your own faith, for some reason it does. And the reason is not a mystery. It's because of your own conviction that you will be held. And that's the certainty, but you have left the artificial pier. But what we're in now is this time of paradox where we have to balance. We're not yet out of the third dimension. The third dimension and that area of certainty, nailing something down, like individuation, separation, solidity. When it gets solid, it gets firm and hard, and something is like a decision, it's firm. That's the pier. And that also, everything in that realm, it's like that's where judgment is. Judgment, something is, it's either right or it's wrong. People who are attached to that belief structure, they believe that something is either right or it's wrong. And what they can't is like a light switch, and they have a huge, it's almost impossible for somebody who's rigidly adhered to the third dimension, getting them to have a compromising view is kind of like having a light switch. And you know how like a light switch is either on or it's off. Have you ever tried, I've tried this, used to try this as a child, try to get it right in the middle to hold, and it doesn't really work. It's either on or it's off. And in the third dimension things are black and white. It's either right or it's wrong. And when people there are people in a space of spiritual immaturity find that comfortable. They want certainty to hold on to so that they can lean on that as a crutch. Like, well, the church says this, so I'm going to believe this. So we get, the experts say this. So it's not me. It's not relying on yourself for sovereignty and judgment or a navigation forward. It's relying on something else. But in doing that, you have given your power away. So, the other thing contains the power. That's when you give your power to an icon. You give your power to a church. You give your power to, the experts or the politicians, or, you do it because I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't work. Not long term. It works for babies, but it's kind of like that kind of confinement feels comforting to babies. Babies need cribs. Babies needed to be swaddled. They find comfort when they're held tightly. It feels like security to them because they're babies. They're immature. The more competent, when you start to walk and you develop an ability to hold yourself in the world, it's time for it's time to come out of the crib. And here's the thing, like the rule with babies is that it's time to move them to a toddler bed when they can climb out of the crib. So it's always up to us to get over the barrier. And as soon as we are able to get over the barrier, we're ready to be on the other side of the barrier. So it's going to be important. If you want to get to 5, it's going to be important to learn how to get through, meet and cross through this dense belief barrier, because that's where the problem is. The problem, if there is one, and that's me identifying it as a problem, it's not a problem unless we make it a problem. It's not a problem unless we really believe that it's a problem. When I'm looking at the collective, I do see that that's where we're having the greatest difficulty. Does that mean that we can't cross it as a collective? No, we're actually doing it already. There's a mechanism by which it happens. There's just all sorts of things that are going on. God, I think I'm on like the 4th hour. Am I? I've had 4 hours and 9 minutes. Damn. Because I actually really still want to talk about gene keys and astrology. The females and males in the group. I'm going to have to do another live stream tomorrow, I think. Because I really just do have a lot of updates, but 4 hours is a long time. And I'm hungry and I haven't had dinner. So and then I want to talk about private sessions too, because things have just been moving. And the light army is all on the move, and there's all these shifts, and I want to talk about all of it. But I think I'm going to go eat and pick this up again tomorrow. So this is what I would like. If you, I should learn by now. I should have learned by now that, because what tends to happen is I tend to make these plans, and then that's only my plan. That doesn't mean that's what God has planned. And something might come in, like the situation yesterday with they're like, no, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do a live stream this morning. You're going to go on with Sarah Adams, and you're going to get your storage unit paid, and then you're going to go on with it's not going to be a session with Sarah Adams. That's just what you thought it was going to be. It's really going to be a session with Heather, and you'd never even met her, and now you're back into battle tactics, and ta-dam, that's what got you there. And they did. They got me to launch right into talking about battle tactics, talking about dark force attack, putting my energy in. And I identified, like on that call, I identified myself as having been Joan of Arc. I was like, that's okay. This is what we're here to do. This is what you need to do right now in your position. I can't reach you physically, but this is what we're doing. And it was kind of like, boom, 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 boom. This is what's coming in for you. And it just all flooded out. And I wasn't fearful at that time. So they got me to agree, and they got me to agree eagerly in the moment. But if I had known about it ahead of time, I would have been like, no, I don't want to do it. So I would have been feeding fear. So it was safe to trust. It basically, the upshot is, it's safe to trust your guides. One thing you have to do is state a very clear intention that, number one, if you're listening to these words, the number one thing that I always tell everybody, because almost nobody, there are very few people that do this enough. Like one thing is like drink water. Like that seems to be like the one thing I always tell people: drink more water. And I need to drink more water too, because I don't do it. But the thing that I always tell people is remember to ask for call in angels for assistance. They can't work. The angels want to help you so much. And they're just like, they're swarming the joint. They're swarming all beings. They want to be called in, but they can't. Here's the thing. It's a free choice planet. They can't act on your behalf unless it's a dire emergency. They can't act on your behalf without your permission. So you have to call them in for help with everything. And it's like a brain synapse. Whatever you practice is going to grow. So if you want a better connection with God, constantly reinforce that. If you want a stronger connection with angels, call in your angels and say, can I have help with this? Thank you. Can I have help with this? Thank you. Can I have help with this? Thank you. It doesn't matter how small it is. They are so happy to help you. They are overjoyed. There's no shortage of angelic help anywhere. There's no shortage. They can do more than one thing at a time. Call, you know, everybody knows about the parking angel. Call for whatever. Just call for angelic assistance. The more you do it, the more you get. The more you do it, the more it works for you. It's like any muscle. The more you work it, the more it's going to work for you. Call and ask your angels. They're there to help, but they can't ask unless you allow it. Woo! Scared me. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. Shush. Shush. Oh, right here. Hi. Not right now. I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of a live stream. I can talk to you a different day? Why don't you come back tomorrow? My name's Stephanie, but I can't talk to you right now.
Okay.
I can't. I'm.
That's all right. That's all right.
Okay, I'll talk to you.
With your live stream.
Thank you, sweetie. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Well, that was interesting. That was the same man who came by before. He wanted to come in, and he's really drunk right now. At any rate, okay, but I think that's like, oh, Cambria's here. This is the first, like, one of the first times I've put on my glasses this whole time. So I've tried, like, when I wear my glasses, I can see who's on, and then I get distracted. I'm trying not to get distracted. Okay, God, Cambria, you just got on. Cambria's my sister. But I haven't eaten dinner. So I really have a lot of stuff to say. So what I intend is to come back on and do another one tomorrow because I still have a shit ton to say. But it's been over 4 hours, so I should probably get going. All right, I love you. There's more to be there. Tomorrow I'm probably going to talk about the process of creation. I keep meaning to do that, and I really have a lot to say specifically about the entertainment industry. What's going to happen in Los Angeles? The reason we have to be in Los Angeles is not only for the pedophilia issue, it's also for certain things that we know are going to happen in terms of the creative industry. The entertainment industry is going to change. It's going to require certain other things of you, and I need to talk about this a lot, but that's going to have to be like it's whole other 4 hours. Okay. Oh, now he knows where I live, and he's probably going to be there. All right. All right. I love you all. I will see you maybe all tomorrow. I'm going to aim. I kind of want to say, watch this space. I'm going to aim for. I'm going to aim for 6 o'clock tomorrow and see what happens. I hope I can do it. Okay. I love you. Oh, last thing. Crap. I keep forgetting to mention this. It's important. If you are able to make a donation to, oh God, what is it? Is it the Ascension? Oh my God. I forgot. It's either, oh my God, what's my PayPal? I keep forgetting to ask for money. They're like, ask, and then I forget. It's either, is it the Ascension Arc or is it might be all creative. Okay, do this. If you feel inclined to make a donation, I could really, really use the financial help. What I'm going to do, if you feel so inclined, go to my wall on Facebook, and I'm going to post a link, the PayPal me link, because that's the easiest way to do it. Anyway, okay. I love you. Or you could book a private session with me because I love those. I love you all so, 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 so much. Like it's not even funny. Mwah!